Hey, welcome everyone, Snoo back again, and this is a video I've been planning to make for quite a while. I'm going to go over kind of a deep dive into magic finding and the tower, all the various different types of map roles you might encounter, how to go about doing different roles, scourging your maps, what sextants to use, what watchstones to use, Nemesis 3 or not. We're answering a lot of different questions in this deep dive. It's going to be a longer video. If you've seen any of my other content, you might have noticed I tend to make longer videos. Honestly, I think a lot of people appreciate that. I'm one to like to watch longer stuff if it goes into detail and provides a lot of value. That's exactly what I intend to do with this video. I'm going to be showcasing a lot of stuff, doing some playthroughs on various different maps, and yeah, let's just get right into it. In my dump tab, currently I have a slew of different maps, and just to give you an overview of what this is going to look like, it's basically divided into three parts. Part one is just going to be going over kind of the major differences between the tiers of the tower map. The tower, in case you weren't aware, the tower is the main is the name of the game this league, with magic finding thanks to the Scourge modifiers. 600% more quantity and rarity found when you have maximum stacks, and that applies to all tiers. Each different tier has different ramifications for sort of pros, and I'm going to go into the pros and cons of picking which tier you might want to do based on those pros and cons. That's going to be part one, going over that. I'm going to do a playthrough of each one. You'll get to see firsthand like the escalating difficulty and outcome of some of the loot in each tier. So I'll be running 5 maps like that, pretty straightforward. They'll be quick. Then I'm going to introduce, basically I have at maximum 8 different types of maps I tend to run with particular modifiers, focused on particular modifiers. You can see here in the first one is, this is what I would call bare bones, minimum pack size. This is not exactly the map I want to roll, but I will go as low as this to run this map. I got basically an 8 modded brick map that turned out good, that has a lot more pack size and quantity. We got here, the focus is on magic monsters here. The focus here is on Beyond. Then we got the highly coveted unidentified corrupted. Then we got an actual Scourge map that focuses on more rares and actual Scourge rewards. Then we got actually this is an unusually high pack size uncorrupted map, 6 modded map, 33%. It's one of the best I've seen, actually. What do I do when I run into one of these? And the last is sort of like the best of the best. Basically, it's a Nemesis that was corrupted into 8. And what do I do? 8 mods, and what do I do when I have this map? That will be part 2, basically explaining these different types of maps, how I save them back, what particular sextants and watchstones I roll with each individual one. Recommendations for you as well. Then part 3 will be about the 5 different types of Scourged maps. I'm missing one here because it's actually cooking right now. It's right here. I'm going to cook it all the way up to 10 for good measure, because they're all at Scourge tier 10. And kind of the holy grail here at the end, expose the corruption stacks twice frequently with 46% pack size. Kind of do like a maximum juice, kind of just going to close out the video with a real banger right here. And the maps over here are just actually, yeah, I should probably move these over so they don't distract me. These are basically cooked maps while I do this test. These in particular I should move over to a different spot so I don't confuse them. The ones I'm moving right now are actually ones I run normally, which I was doing before. So I am also going to give you what I might consider 3 golden nuggets of information, the kind of information that is sort of might give you a sort of eureka response, things you may not have thought about, things that might actually change the way you look at doing these strats. And I'm going to actually give you one of those golden nuggets right off the bat.
I'm not up to that just yet.
I have already initiated a map. I was running some maps and I waited until I spawned the Prophecy Monstrous Treasure. Now, if you're someone who has ran Magic Find in the tower this season especially, you might have tried to use Monstrous Treasure and you might have noticed something really awful happens when you do this. It completely bricks the Scourge realm. Every single monster that is normally spawned into the Scourge realm is deleted, just completely deleted. However, Scourge monsters that spawn for free every time you enter the Scourge realm, there is usually a pack of monsters that spawns for free. They still exist in this. And the golden nugget, which I'm about to present to you, is the following. When I started doing magic finding, I noticed I was running Monstrous Treasure just because I love Monstrous Treasure, and I did it a few times, and I noticed a trend. When this happened, it bricked the Scourge realm, but I was still able to acquire up to 70 Scourge stacks. 70. It was a magic number. It was always 70. And that made me realize how the programming exists within for this mechanic. A lot of people, in fact, maybe almost nobody is aware that the programming for the Scourge realm is as follows. The map spawns an entire separate realm. Those monsters exist on the realm. They spawn at the beginning of the map. Aside from that, there's a completely separate mechanic built in that is completely unattached to what I just said. And that is, every time you enter the Scourge realm, so long as it's not a Scourge map with particular shifting modifiers, as long as you enter, when you enter the Scourge realm, it will spawn a new pack of monsters, usually, not always. And until the point at which you reach 70 stacks, or would be 70 stacks of those free monsters. That does not equal 70 monsters, by the way. It equals more like maybe 150 monsters. But anyway, as soon as you reach what would be 70 stacks of those free monsters, you will cease to spawn free monsters for the rest of the map. It doesn't matter if you do it early on. It doesn't matter if you do it at the very end. That's all you get. You get 70 stacks of free monsters. And I know this for a fact because I tested it. Now, I haven't actually opened a Monstrous Treasure map in a very long time because I gave up on Monstrous Treasure, naturally. So we're going to find out if what I just said is true, because it might actually not be true if it was patched in some sort of way. So I'm going to find out. One second here. My throat's already dry. I just started talking. My UI is not quite exactly what I wanted to see. So what should happen is I'm going to run this map. It's going to be a trip down memory lane because I'm going to be running Monstrous Treasure. I do happen to have the 500% quantity modifier to strong boxes, so I'm actually still going to get a lot of loot and probably some nurse cards from that. We'll see. But let's see if I get only 70 free stacks of monsters, because I'd be willing to bet quite a few Exalts that that is what's going to happen. So I don't want to spend a lot of time talking about this too much. I just want to go through this map. I figured I might as well open with a golden nugget of information. Like, this is probably the most enlightening thing that I'll say in the whole video, if I'm being honest, because I really think hardly anybody knows about that. I've talked about this to a few people and nobody seems to know anything about this. Many people are still confused as to exactly how the programming works with the Scourge realm. And of course, I don't know everything there is to know about how the programming works, but this is something I do know thanks to testing it with Monstrous Treasure. So there you go. The strong boxes drop monsters, drop 500% more quantity, just gave me a nurse card from that. So that's not even all that uncommon. Now, notice that I did shift in once. I have 15 stacks. I now have 18, 19, 20 stacks. I've killed a couple packs of Scourge monsters. Almost died there, actually. I'm not really paying any attention to that. I could shift right here. Probably be a pack. Yep, okay. That's 26. There was only a couple monsters there. I now have 26 stacks. So you can see that obviously there are some Scourge monsters in this map, one way or another. They didn't spawn in the map, but they're spawning when I shift in only. When I shift in. I'll have 33 stacks. Thanks for the compliment, man. I'm bringing the value of this video. I think there's actually a lot of content creators out there that know about as much as I do on this, but they kind of wound down for the season. I think they're kind of done playing, so they just, whatever. There's still so much to explore, so much to learn. This is a really enjoyable season, I think, for anyone who likes magic finding in particular. You have a lot of people off for the holidays, and they're going to be coming back and playing again. I think this season's actually going to be active all the way to through early January, anyway, which is basically the whole season. I now have 60 stacks. I'm not really focused a whole lot on speed here, but I kind of want to make sure I hit every strong box because they are quite valuable. Alright, so that 65 stacks. Now, we're getting near the end. I mean, not the end of the map, but near the end of the spawning. Okay, more monsters spawn. I have 69 stacks. Great, great. I have 69 stacks. So here's what I think is going to happen. Next time I go into the Scourge realm, there's going to be like one monster. One monster, maybe two, and it's going to yield me the last Scourge stack. I'll do it right here. All right, let's see. Yep, 70. Oh, 71. 71. Okay. I'm a little surprised to actually see 71 here, but anyway, we'll see if anything else spawns. Oh wow. Okay. Still spawning. Very surprised to see it spawn past 70. When I tested it before, I did it like 3 times in a row, and it was only 70. So I'm actually learning something new right now. It might be done now. Okay, I'm gonna go in again. Okay, this is the second time I've went in and didn't spawn anything. I've heard other content creators say you can go in up to 10 times, it'll spawn monsters. I mean, it's not exactly true, I don't think, but it's very close to that. Gone in a third time, 76 still. Okay. And again. Still nothing. There's nothing here. It's all gone. Okay. Well, I'm a little bit surprised that it actually went past 70. I didn't think it would do that. However, it does seem that you don't get to just, keep going much beyond that, and it is truly going to be, you're going to be done. After so many times of shifting in and out, you just can't get any more. And that particular programming, rest assured, is completely independent of the rest of the programming, how the monsters spawn in the map and everything. So that's that. I mean, that Scourge realm is done. So what this means is, you get around 70 stacks worth of free monsters every map. Apparently it's not precisely 70, but it's around 70. You can look at it a few different ways. You can say, I've heard other content creators say, well, you can shift in and get free monsters up to 10 shifts. That's one way of looking at it. I tend to think, you're just going to get 70-ish stacks. I think that's probably a more accurate way of looking at it. And the reason I say that is because I know for a fact that sometimes when you shift, early on in the map, when you haven't been shifting much yet, sometimes when you shift, it will not spawn any packs. And then you'll go and shift again later, and it will spawn packs. And then you shift again later, and it won't, and then again later, and it will. And what I think is going on there, actually, I have a hypothesis for that. And my hypothesis is based on what I've learned from Blight, actually. So this map is done. I did get one nurse card there. Obviously the loot was a little lackluster overall because there was no Scourge realm. but
Journey well.
that's okay. One nurse card. Hey, I'll take it. So we'll put all this loot away. Not paying a whole lot of attention to the loot here. I don't know where 4 Simulacrum came from. Oh, 4 wings, unusual gems. That's worth a lot. Okay, so back at it. What did we find out? So, I was talking about my hypothesis. So on Blight, if you remember, I made my most successful video. Apparently, it was about how I got my headhunter with Blight, and I was explaining mitogenic versus exotic Watchstones, why you do this when you're in the core. I know this is slightly off topic, but my hypothesis is based on how when the game determines how monsters spawn or lanes of Blight spawn, I believe that when you shift or when you start a Blight and the lanes start to go out or something to that effect, the game pinpoints a specific location it wants to spawn. And if that location is out of bounds in the terrain, like nobody can be there, then it just gives up. It just basically says, okay, nothing can spawn there after all. And I think that's what's happening with Blight, why, sometimes it's only one lane. Now, Blight obviously has a backup programming so that you can't click the Blight mechanic and then nothing happens. Obviously, it does eventually spawn one lane, but what I think is happening with Scourge is, especially if you shift in a narrow hallway, quite often it doesn't spawn any monsters because they tried to spawn inside a wall. And so, but the programming remains and allows you to still keep getting free monsters later on when you shift in later or whatever. And I do have, there's a lot of feely craft, but I do sense that you get those free monsters roughly 70 stacks within a map if you shift in and out enough times until you reach that maximum, whatever it is, around 70 stacks. Sometimes you shift and it's going to try to spawn them inside the wall and it won't work, but sometimes you shift in, especially if you do it in an open area, especially if it's on an open map, it will basically always spawn the monsters in that case. And so rest assured, moral of the story is you do need to shift in and out multiple times in a map to make sure you're getting full use of that. But you don't have to do it too much. You don't have to do it relentlessly. There is a point where you just stop getting them. And when you shift in and you notice nothing spawned, that should send a red flag to you saying, okay, maybe we're done here. Is that right? We do it like 5 or 8 times or 10 times. Try to have a feel for, when you're done. And if you do enough of these runs, you're going to know when you're done with that. So that is very important to know that there's 2 separate mechanics when it comes to Scourge monsters. There's the Scourge monsters that spawn at the beginning of the map, and then there's Scourge monsters that spawn each time you shift up to a certain point, a certain number of stacks or a certain number of spawns. So put that golden nugget to rest. That one's done. Next, let's talk about the different tiers of maps. I actually have some notes here for this one here. The real meta for tower farming is tier 3 lightning arrow with a sort of glass cannon like build. I'm not gonna spend extra time going into like PoE ninja builds and all that stuff. But that's what a lot of people do. It's a great entry level strat. It gets you a lot of X per hour. Even when you're still kind of new and fresh, you're still looking at 5+ X per hour for that strategy. Tier 3, pros and cons. Easiest level, low entry barrier. Very friendly for the full Magic Find glass cannon style. I mean, we're talking about like full glass cannon, like not even wearing all rare and unique items, like wearing that one amulet that gives you bonuses to Magic Find if you have a white item and a magic. We're talking like true glass cannon stuff here. 2000 HP kind of stuff, headhunter, maybe not. So it does work for that because, it's only tier 3. You can survive it easily. It is great in a sense that you still get the full effect of divination card farming. So a lot of people don't know this, but your divination card results don't improve as you go up beyond certain map tiers. The only thing that really affects divination card drops is your divination scarab, assuming you're running one, and your monster pack size in conjunction with item quantity. Those two are kind of multiplicative with one another. Item rarity has no effect on that at all. Divination, the nurse card in particular, is sort of the premium chase item for Tower Magic Finding. Obviously, when you get into the higher tiers, you're chasing also other big uniques like Headhunter and Mageblood and the Squire. But actually, on that note, the Squire, I did just double check into this, and I'm pretty sure the Squire is actually eligible at T3 drop, whereas Headhunter and Mageblood are not. You can get the Squire at any map tier, so I've been told. If you want to double check that, you can go on the website and you will see that item level 70, 72 Squires exist in relative plentiful supply based on the total number of Squires. There are a few. So that leads one to believe that the Squire probably can be found even at T3. So you definitely want to have that base as shown on your loot filter. It probably is by default. So what are the cons of T3? Well, the Squire you may be able to find, but many uniques are locked out. Headhunter you can't find. Mageblood you can't find under any circumstances, I believe. A whole lot of like void batteries and all kinds of stuff you can't find. So just a lot of uniques you just won't get. A lot of those 20 to 40 chaos uniques you just won't get. Another major con is most random spawn map encounters are no good. Not real. They're basically no good. Case in point, like Harvest, for example. Well, a T3 map is it's under item level 75, and so any kind of reforge or augment to an item is just not good. It may work on some cluster jewels, but it's not going to work on items because the item level will be too high and the harvest craft item level will be too low. So it definitely puts a hindrance on the power of harvest. Now, of course, you're not targeting harvest, but the point is, as a con, some built-in map spawn mechanics are not as good. Now others are still okay, like Breach is still fine and Legion is still fine, and I don't think there's any major differences there. But let's move on. Tier 6. Tier 6 pros. Prime Sextants are unlocked, I believe. Even from white monsters, I believe they're unlocked. You can check on any website. I believe it said item level 75, I think. So basically a item level 75 monster, or about, I think it was 75 or 74, maybe 76, somewhere in there. But it was definitely above T3, and T6 passed the bar. So you can actually get Prime Sextants to drop in T6. Also, Mageblood and Headhunter can drop in T6, only from rare monsters. I learned that from Path of Math, actually. It was a big golden nugget he gave me in one of his videos when he explained that. I had already moved into T6, but it's what really encouraged me to make the jump from T6 to T10, which we'll talk about in a minute. What's major cons to T6? Well, there are new and more difficult map affixes. So, yeah, the maps are harder. The most dangerous map affix for me is minus all resist. That number is increased going from white maps to yellow maps. There's also some other more dangerous modifiers that don't even exist in white maps. Another con is a lot of the uniques are still locked out. Some of them, like void batteries, you still can't find in T6, for example. I think. Moving on, T10. That map right here. T10. Pros. Most uniques are unlocked, including Mageblood, Headhunter, Void Batteries, virtually all uniques, I think, at this level. Somewhere around T8 or T9 is kind of a magic tier level where like virtually every unique is unlocked. GGG behind the scenes has changed a lot about unique drops and stuff, so we're still learning a lot of things, but the most important ones here, Headhunter and Mageblood, with absolute certainty can drop from any monster in T10, not just rare magic, but also white monsters. Awakened Sextants also unlock at T10. However, it would seem that they can only drop from rare and magic monsters. If you check the Awakened Sextant level, I believe it says 78, whereas T6 is 77, or T10 is 77 item level, which would suggest that white monsters cannot drop Awakened Sextants. And when I first started doing T10s, I was unpleasantly surprised at how few Awakened Sextants drop. This would make a lot of sense, as if that's true, would explain a lot as to why I'm getting so few Awakened Sextants at T10, even though they can drop. Now, more pros. A lot of random map spawn encounters start becoming good. Harvest, case in point, Harvest, suddenly every single craft that you can get in Harvest has full value. Because at item level 77, you can use it on any gear piece. And then we got cons. So the cons of T10 is depending on your gear, you'll probably notice that if you make the jump from T6 to T10, your kill speed and progression does lower quite a bit. That's a pretty decent sized jump. It's 4 tiers up. And I don't know about you, but for me, it basically means I will start dying occasionally when I'm wearing Magic Fine gear. Now I'm actually running a fairly balanced character, which I'll show you in a few minutes, some of my gear. But I still have a lot of Magic Fine gear on. It's not the best gear you could have. It's not like regular gear. So I still do die sometimes in the Scourge realm, especially at max stacks. Let's see. Then we got T12. T12's right here. Why would you want to move up to T12? Well, I didn't mention this before, but things like Deli Mirror Splinter rewards is the number of splinters you get is greatly determined by the tier of map. Once starting into T12, you're talking about a lot more Deli Mirror Splinter rewards. You're almost getting up to the max amount, so that really ramps up. I get a lot of Deli Mirrors when I'm doing, especially since I'm using the actual Atlas passives. Awaken Sextants presumably unlock on all monster levels, white, magic, or rare. So you're going to see a lot more Awakened Sextants. I did run a few T12s, and I did notice I was getting a lot more Awakened Sextants. By the way, cons. Some of the cons are new and more difficult map affixes. You're talking about shifting from yellow to red maps. All the affixes become much harder. Some of them may actually brick your build, depending on the build you're doing. Also, you're looking at much slower progression, way more deaths in Magic Fine gear. It's definitely harder. When you make that jump from yellow to red maps, look, even if you've been playing this game a long time, you know going from yellow to red maps is a jump in difficulty, and you're gonna feel that, especially if you're running a lot of Magic Fine gear. T14s. T14 right here. Pros. Okay, so T14 actually does get some major pros. So what are the pros to T14? Conqueror packs. You actually get to run the Conquerors, and the Conquerors, they spawn extra packs on the maps. So that's a lot of extra monsters, a lot of extra potential to get nurse cards and uniques and all kinds of stuff. It's not massive because they're not part of the Scourge multiplier, but it is a lot of monsters. Kind of like the equivalent of having Delirium on every map, basically, with how many extra monsters it spawns. In tangent with Conqueror's progression, you also have Cirrus progression. So if you like doing Cirrus, well, then you can progress him. If you don't like, you can keep him locked up in his Citadel, or just sell Cirrus. Of course, you can always sell him. So Cirrus is an option. You also unlock the high tier map and heist maps, contracts, blueprints, drops, the high value ones. A lot of the heist contract, what are the deception contracts, things like that are much more valuable at the maximum level, or 80, 81. Like a lot of people who buy heist stuff, they only want 80 plus or 81 plus in bulk. So I haven't sold a heist contract in ages because nobody wants heist contracts at item level 77. But anyway, high tier maps as well. You can have maps favorited in other sections. You have really high value maps such as Tropical Island T14. You can favorite Atoll if you want. There's probably something else couple others maybe. Of course, you can keep favoriting your tower map. You can favorite T14 core, which is worth like 15 chaos a piece right now. Of course, that would hurt your own map sustain because it's also a Valdo Rest map. Anyway, you get the idea. Let's see, another major upside. All uniques are unlocked, so any unique that was gated by the tier before is now unlocked. This would include things like Skyforge, most notably. Skyforge boots, although they don't seem to be worth a huge amount this season. Agnerod, that one staff that you combine 4 pieces of and get that unlocks at this level, I believe. I didn't actually notice any like really high value uniques unlocking, but anyway, please comment in the comments below in the video if you find any. Let's see. Oh, greatest Deli Mirror Splinter awards. Okay, so you're getting maximum Deli Splinters when you're doing that. However, clearing a Delirium Mirror at T14 in Magic Find Gear is like that's a challenge. I will say that. I actually almost failed a map trying to do that. Let's see. Some other random small map encounters actually become good. For example, Blight. Whereas anything below T14, Blight is basically garbage. T14, Blight becomes good because then Blight can actually drop blighted maps that are worth 15 to 25 chaos apiece. And whereas Blight in general is not something to be desired, it does sometimes spawn in a map randomly, and I'll just skip it, normally at T10. But at T14, I won't skip it. I'll actually do it because it actually has decent rewards. And especially because in Blight, you can like shift in and out of the... You can get all your free stacks, Scourge stacks, with shifting in and out while the Blight's still continuing. So it's not like you're really wasting any time doing Blight. Major cons, most obviously, you're going to die a lot in T14. With Magic Find Gear, you're going to die so much you might fail the map. So glass cannons beware. It's no joke. T14, I can testify, is pretty challenging, particularly when a Deli Mirror spawns and you're trying to, the last floor with Deli Mirror and maximum Scourge stacks. I mean, there's almost no way to survive that. So yeah, that. Basically, I've decided to stay away from T14. I will after I run these maps, I'll give my final input on that. So that basically kind of concludes part 1 of the video. However, it doesn't because I'm actually going to run these maps. So I'm going to essentially simulate what it would be like to be a normal player and try to make your way through these maps. And to do that, I think I accidentally moved a map. Yeah, that goes there. To do that, I'm going to remove my headhunter. I had to, with a Stygian Vice, it would be my second best. I had to actually pick one with a high strength roll, otherwise a brick. I'd have to mess with my build a lot. Let's actually talk about my gear for a second here before I do that. So I'm running a Caustic Arrow Magic Find build, and my Magic Find is as follows. I get 60% increased quantity of items dropped by slaying monsters on gear, and 153% rarity. I think that's pretty decent stats. That is nowhere near the maximum. You can get upwards of like 100% more quantity and well over 200% rarity. However, I decided to go with this route. I'm very pleased with how good Caustic Arrow is at clearing the map. Just sort of like I just run and I never stop and everything just dies. It's almost like an auto bomber, actually. Almost like that. And you'll see, you kind of already got to see in that, but you'll get a better picture of that here in a second. So I have a super endgame bow. I have actually the notorious Caustic Arrow endgame bows are not even like this. They're hunter influenced, but I went ahead and got a synthesis one with plus support gems and put double multiplier on it, and then kind of finished it out the way you would finish a hunter bow, more or less. And this is actually more damage than the other one. This base cost me 40x, and the craft itself is something like 60x. By the way, I decided I think I'm going to start a little video mini-series on really high-end crafts, because there are a few very specialized high-end crafts I know how to do, and I actually make a lot of money doing them in crafting, and then there are ones that I think a lot of people are not aware of. Synthesis bows is one of them, for example. I have one I actually plan to craft right here. I bought this base for 50x, I think it was 50 or 55, no, 45 or 50x, and I think I'm going to make a video on that actually as I do that one. So hopefully you guys will like that. Let's see. For the record, actually I forgot to prep this. You should be leveling gems in here. So because I'm Caustic Arrow, I do a weapon swap. I don't have to wear those gloves that have Rampage on the gloves at full time, because I do dot damage. I can shoot my arrow and then swap and then reap the Rampage initiation and then swap back, and it's like nothing ever happened, and then just Rampage continues on. It's pretty easy and not much of a headache, not much of a hassle for me to do that. So I'm able to make great use of that through Caustic Arrow. Let's see. Quiver. Super endgame quiver here. Probably one of the best on the server, actually. When I tried to find similar ones to this, I couldn't even hardly find any. Particularly the fact that it's ornate quiver. This requires you to Val brick 5 of these. These cost 50 chaos a piece. You have to Val them and brick them into rares, sell 5 of the rares to a vendor, get 1 clean, 1 back, and then start your craft. Double dot T1 multi on the suffix with a clean suffix. Open suffix is quite kind of expensive, but actually it's not that expensive. I'll show you guys that craft some other time. And then the prefixes are actually surprisingly easy to hit in this craft. Let's see. Amulet was a big deal. I don't know anyone else who has an amulet like this, really. I went ahead and Awakened Orb Slammed. Magic Finding in Quantity Shaper mod with Chaos Multiplier. I did about 10 of these, and the best one was this one. Came out with Elemental Resist, all Elemental Resist. I finished off the prefixes pretty easily that way. I got 2 very well-rolled Ventors, which I had to have well-rolled to hit the resist I needed. They're not max roll, but they're each worth about 50x a piece. Then I have a chest piece, which is my particular style. No one else really suggested this. There's some other options like Carcass Jack. We have Cherubims, Maleficents, I guess. That's how you say that word. Other options there, or a rare chest, obviously. I really wanted +1 level to Socketed Gems, so I'm going the unique route. I put all my ores in here because I like running a lot of ores. I'm running 6 of them. Right here. Helmet. I actually bought this base pre-crafted with mana reservation efficiency, chaos res, and T1 rarity. I bought that for like 20x or something. Finished out the prefixes myself. They're not perfect. They're pretty good. I actually plan to try and craft another helmet like this a little bit better later on. Boots and gloves are just perfect magic find rolls of the Goldworm and Sedemas. Sedemas with Despair on hits. Not an expensive Val hit for me. And neither is this one, actually. So I've had the opportunity to Scourge a lot of these to hit what I want. I really need the intelligence roll, and the life and movement speed at the sacrifice of 16 lightning res is pretty good for this. I got the Headhunter. You saw how I got that in a previous video. And that's it. Got my flasks here. I've done a lot of different things with my flasks. I recommend crafting rarity on your magic flask so you can put higher quality suffixes on your utility flasks. That's a big thing. I get 2% chaos leech, so I don't even need a healing flask. This essentially replaces my healing flask. And this flask is here for physical damage reduction when I'm on the final floor of the Scourge realm. It definitely makes a difference. So I am going to remove the Headhunter. I am going to remove my endgame bow. This bow is like 20 chaos. something super cheap. And I'm also, for good measure, going to completely remove my quiver and not even put anything else in there. So this is to somewhat simulate, more glass cannon or lower quality gear. I still have, oh Jesus, I still have 4,000. I still have a bunch out. Well, okay, even without a quiver, that gear's still pretty good, but
I'm not up to that.
it's definitely way less damage and no headhunter as well. I'm just kind of going a little bit on my way to kind of show what it would be like to do that. Oh. By the way, while I'm at it, I wasn't going to do this, but I think it's a good idea. Let me, there it is. I'm going to show you how I roll my sextants. So I like to use elevated sextants. Even though they're more expensive, they make things much more convenient. By the way, in case you didn't know, you should block it with 1 shrine and 2 of the elemental or physical. Not that one, though. That one. So I chose to block it with physical, fire, any 2, fine, and then shrine, because this covers 2 different blocks. And then you're going to put this here, and I have like a 90% chance of hitting something good on this. Okay, good enough. So I hit cold, and it gives me additional packs, 10 additional packs. I'm cool with that. I take extra cold damage, but I actually take less cold damage because of this. So that works out. So now I have 16 uses. It's good. I don't have to mess with it anymore, and that's that. One of my favorite sextants on this booming populace. Highly recommend using a booming populace. I'm actually going to explain in detail about my Watchstone choices on when I get to the 3rd map in this part 1 series, because I'll explain at that time, so please hang tight. This I will craft later. Should be running the one of the Tempest prophecies always, and in my case I like strongbox. I'm a big believer in strongbox, so I'm running bountiful traps, which is because one of the sextants I have is 600% increased item quantity. That's still a huge increased item quantity, and you just saw me get a nurse card from this sextant in that Monstrous treasure map. So it is quite beneficial, and it's a total bonus. Like, it's not like you take away anything from the Scourge realm by running that sextant. It's just pure bonus. And despite what other people might say, no, putting strong boxes on the map does not remove a bunch of Scourge monsters. It might remove a tiny, tiny number. The only time it truly messes with your map is if you try to run Monstrous Treasure. So just don't run Monstrous Treasure. That's it. You can run anything else, any other combination of scarabs. Winged, ambush scarabs, bountiful traps. Both of these sextants for additional 4 strong boxes. Doesn't matter. Like, it's not going to do anything to your map. Otherwise, I promise you. Alright, so we're going to run Beyond. Every other guide on this always says to run Beyond. Totally on board with that. Again, this is a white tier. All of these, the tier 3, 6, 10, 12, and 14 are all 8 modded brick maps, so they're all very high pack size to kind of give you, accurate representation of what it looks like. Right? Or no, not right before we start. We'll go in this here right now. By the way, the difference between, I used to think that there was a difference between the amount of item quantity and pack size you can get on white tier maps versus yellow tier maps versus red tier maps. I used to think that red tier maps literally offered higher numbers on those categories. Apparently they do not. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if maybe they changed it. Like, they changed it maybe in the past season or 2 so that they no longer do that. I could have swore they did that. Maybe somebody can shed some light on it, but I don't know. I'm not going to run anyone here. There's no particular reason to do that. These are the scarabs I like. I like Elder Scarab. And Elder Scarab in conjunction with Beyond, as well as some of the Elder monsters are actually unique. So I get extra value out of the unique monsters drop corrupted items from the Elder Scarab. Might not have realized that, but that makes it a particularly good choice. Yeah, we'll have Flame Dash on here now, will I? Okay, check. Okay, now, what should you do if you're running tier 3? You got to remove all 4 of your Watchstones if you want any chance to drop your tower maps for sustain. Fortunately, at T3 tower maps are very cheap. It doesn't cost hardly anything to buy them. I think they're maybe like 3 chaos a piece in bulk. Okay, I'm still gonna do my weapon swap. A Sinvicta's axe for weapon swap is like costs nothing, so I can still easily do it. Even though I don't have Headhunter on, I still move pretty fast because I have something like 300% increased onslaught effect based on my build. And my, you can see the POB in the description of the video. I will have it there in case you wanted to see how I actually pulled off that much additional onslaught effect. It's pretty cool. Quite happy about my build this season. I'm thinking about actually making an actual build guide. I've never made a build guide before, so I'm a little bit hesitant to do that, but I don't know. I'm not focused on speed too much here. Again, I'm kind of simulating what it would be like to be a kind of an entry-level, somewhat entry-level magic finding player. Of course, my damage is quite a bit higher than entry level. Again, even missing the quiver or whatever. But you know, even with like glass cannon gear, you shouldn't be dying in T3s hardly at all. There's a couple different ways you can actually treat the Scourge realm shifting. If you're afraid of dying and you're feeling especially weak, you can, particularly with Caustic Arrow, you can do like this, shift in, and then like barely move at all, and shift out. And then move to the next section, do it again, maybe a little bit of movement, maybe not, I don't know, check one more time, go in, just spend a lot of time going in and out of the Scourge realm. Yeah. Okay, that's pretty easy. Pretty easy right there. I'm probably gonna put timestamps on this video. Actually, I think this video is gonna be like 4 hours long or something stupid, because I'm actually running some of the maps, so that's okay. Again, this is what a sort of novice player would be doing. It wouldn't be trying to run too far, kind of stay where they shifted in. It is safer that way. There's nothing wrong with that. It's certainly how I played in the beginning. Because I was always afraid of getting wrecked by the Scourge monsters, and sometimes I did get wrecked by the Scourge monsters. That's part of... No nurse card yet, but maybe we'll do it. Okay, yeah. Again, I cannot get a Headhunter or Mage Blood in this map. I got my Rampage. Oh wow, I actually managed to hold on to that. I'm gonna drop a portal again. I actually have a portal in my gear for the convenience of dropping, because not if, but when I die, I want to be able to teleport straight back near to where I started, and I don't want to have to run through 3 or 4 separate floors just to get back to where I was. It's a huge loss in efficiency, so I recommend running a portal in your gear if you can put it in there. That's a pretty good idea. Could have died right there. Yeah, I get a lot of 6 links with this Sextant. Beyond bosses do tend to spawn straight off of Strongbox open because the Strongbox monster quantity is just massive. You get a lot of extra monsters in a super tight formation, and it frequently spawns additional Strongbox monsters. I will be able to shift into the Scourge realm up to 2 more times, so I think the free stacks are done. I want to check here. Okay, so nothing spawned there. That doesn't automatically mean it's done, but it means it's probably done. I'm going to move a little different spot, and then I'm going to check again, and there are none more left. That means I cleared the map in full, completely, and the first map is finished.
Greetings.
Only got 2 6-links, I guess.
Farewell.
I got no maps. Okay. That's weird. No maps. No maps! Can't sustain with no maps. Okay. For the next map, so tier 6, you know, you're probably gearing up a little bit. Maybe you got yourself, you know, maybe you got yourself like a 10x bow, maybe not. But you know, you're gonna probably switch out that Quill Rain or whatever 20 Chaos bow you're gonna actually have a quiver. Still, maybe not have a Headhunter, so I'm gonna keep the Headhunter out for the tier 6. I like cooking up these with the 6-links, or to cook up repeatedly cooking up Sadima's Touch, you know, cheap glove. This is 20 chaos, not for a lightning arrow with elemental weakness on curse effect. That's not cheap, but for me these gloves are like 15-20 chaos a piece. And then I have a couple maps cooking up here. I'm going to talk a little more in detail about cooking maps later on when I do the Scourge stuff. Okay. I gotta put all 4 of these back in. And hit it again. This time I need to remove only 3 Watchstones because it's a T6, and as you can see... Oh yeah, this is the Atlas passives I have. Not a big fan of Harbinger, unless you're doing Nemesis 3. I don't like it. And don't run Blight, because Blight removes monsters from the maps. You don't want to do that. And only if you like doing Delve. Actually, the Nico mods are pretty good if you want to do Delve. But I definitely think Strongbox is the best. Delirium is good too. Delirium only adds monsters, doesn't delete any. So having the extra time with the fog here and the extra % chance to spawn is good. You got 8 plus 3 plus 3 plus 3. That should be 17% chance per map to spawn a Delirium Mirror is pretty nice. And hopefully one of these you get to see. Actually, later on I'm forcing a Delirium Mirror. So you will get to see me probably clear an entire tower map. You get to see just how fast you have to go, though, to do that. No joke. So... hopefully we'll get to see that. Yep, good to go. So again, kind of simulating an actual player here that's not decked out in amazing gear. This is, I have really good gear, but I still do not have a Headhunter on. Could be running Inspired Learning, but I'm not. Okay, I don't want a Corrupted Tower map, actually. I don't know. I don't know how I got. Oh, I know how I got that. So I had a deli incubator in. That's where those came from. I confused myself a little bit there. I had a deli incubator. That's where that stuff came from. Like 4 of them in at the same time. Highly recommend getting your free stacks during an abyss and some other mechanics that continue progressing at normal pace, whether you're in the Scourge realm or the regular realm. You can save time indirectly by taking your free shifts now, like I'm doing here, okay? And potentially not lose your rampage buff, but I just did, so that's that. There are a few more. As you can see, I'm still not focusing supremely on speed. Oh, 182 requirement, Jesus. I don't know about that. Maybe somebody will buy that. made the swap, got my rampage started again. Okay, that. That item can be worth picking up if you valid. See what kind of val implicit you get, but I'm gonna mess with that right now. No prime sextant yet. Hoping I might find one. Oh, I didn't realize A&R proc on this map. Cool, I guess. Oh, something big dropped over on the right. See it yet? I can kind of keep my rampage by going in and out of the realm here. It's kind of a nice, cool way to kind of cheat the rampage. It's good. Oh, hey, random Exalted Orb dropped off the Scourge monster at almost 300 stacks, so you do see Exalted Orbs much more frequently. Magic finding from the sheer quantity. They are not affected by item rarity in any way. I've had this confirmed by multiple people. When I get to the last floor, especially if I'm running a headhunter, I like to actually not loot anything because this floor is much more dangerous than the other. So once you have a headhunter in particular, and rampage, you want to kind of, you know, be in a good flow speed where you're going through. You're like ultra zoom. Headhunter makes you extra tanky as well as extra offense. It's really nice. So instead of like taking my time and looting stuff on the go, plus a whole bunch of more extra stuff drops when on this last floor. So it's like actually really annoying to try and like, you know, keep your headhunter going at a good pace while looting. So you'll see that in action on the next map. Okay, once again I have 2 more opportunities to shift. Oh. I can go through and check the loot. Each map is about 5, maybe 6 minutes, even without a headhunter. It's not that long. But the loot is not particularly amazing. But it's good enough to make decent profit. You know, I think as long as you're going at a decent pace, well, that's a lot of Sextants. You are looking at, you know, at least around 5x per hour, whether it's T3 or T6, at least 5x per hour, doing what I'm doing right here. Exerted attacks. Nope. Not good enough. I don't know who would want that. 28 fire resist for 191 int required. Maybe somebody. 40% deli. Checking Awakened PoE right now to see what that might be worth. Maybe 50 chaos. Actually got some maps this time, so that's nice. Okay, got a little bit more loot to pick up. Hopefully I'm not boring you guys too much with the playthrough. Again, you can always skip to other sections of the video. I'll have things, I am definitely going to put some timestamps in this
My mana is gone.
for people's convenience. T9 now. Okay. Remember how I said I had 3 golden nuggets to give you for this map? I've already gave you 1 in the form of, you know, the interactions or lack of interaction between the free monsters spawned in the Scourge realm versus the monsters spawned on top of the map. How Monstrous treasure enables us to test that and see almost precisely how it works.
Go with courage.
With near perfect accuracy. I am about to give you the second golden nugget of information. Just want to get this loot cleared up. Get my headhunter back on. This stuff is done now. Yeah. Okay. Or wait, no. Sorry, my mistake. Actually, I plan to do that later in part 2. I can't do it right now because I have certain Watchstones I need to reset here before I can do that. So my apologies. I don't have the second golden nugget until part 2. I guess I got 1 golden nugget per part. You know, 1 in part 1, 1 in part 2, 1 in part 3. So sorry to leave you hanging there. Now I get to actually play the way I normally play. This is my bread and butter right here. This is this map actually right here, because it's not chiseled, was actually found either in a strong box, which is one advantage of running strong box. You get corrupted maps. It can corrupt straight into something like this, or it was found off of a unique boss, because unique bosses drop corrupted items. They tend to drop things like this. So pretty sweet. That's a really nice map, whether it has the chisel or not, because pack size matters way more than just item quantity, and 110% item quantity is still a high number. So yeah. Set up here. I'm going to concentrate a little bit more on running this one fast. Now T10, if you recall, T10 unlocks the Headhunter. Mage Blood can drop, so I'm going to be checking all unique belts very closely. Most uniques, absolutely. I have my filter set up in a certain way so that I can check things pretty easily. I will remove 2 Watchstones this time. Bountiful Traps procced. So here we go. Anyone who's skeptical as to whether Bountiful Traps plus Strongbox Sextants plus Strongbox Scarabs will brick your map, I'm going to show you right now that's not the case. You're going to see lots of Scourge monsters in here. This map has upwards of 15 Strongboxes in it, so you would think, you know, maybe this brick the Scourge realm, maybe not. I think you're going to find that it's going to be okay. Start this here. I'm going to show you what using Blight in the map is like, and how that's pretty cool. Now there won't be any Scourge monsters where the Blight spawned, but that did actually remove almost a full screen worth. But see, there's lots of strong boxes, yet I've already cleared quite a few monsters. How many stacks am I up to already? I'm already at nearly 100, am I? I haven't even done this section of the map down here. At 92. So it's obvious that it's not bricking the Scourge realm in any way. Just gonna kind of keep going and getting my free count here. I need to. I'm having a hard time looting actually because it keeps teleporting me everywhere. Yeah. I'm not even allowed to see the maps where they're at. Having to deal with a little bug there. Okay, so Awakened Sextant dropped, which is nice. I usually don't take my time and go slowly here. Okay, so this was a random dropped 6 modded for 32% pack size, but it has Nemesis on it, so I will actually pick it up and keep it. run that for another setup. Or teal oil, okay. I have temporal chains on me, slows me down quite a bit, right? But thanks to the suffix roll on this flask down here, I'm hardly affected at all by curses when the flask is up. And it's going to be up here in a second. So, voila, you know, I'm fast again. Fast once again, no problem. And the headhunter is just making this an absolute breeze. It is, you know, if this doesn't encourage you to do the grind to get a headhunter, I don't know what. The only downside to headhunter is forced teleportation mod sometimes happens, and that's really annoying to deal with. But it's a small price to pay for near invincibility. Okay, I wonder if I can actually hold Rampage over here by manipulating the in and out. Looks like I can, so that's pretty cool. You saw how I kind of did that, where I actually kept my Rampage buff. Going along the wall here, like I'm doing, is a smart way to keep yourself alive. Give yourself less surface area for the monsters to hit you. Of course, you can only do that with certain builds like Caustic Arrow, where I don't have to aim or look or wait at all to kill stuff. The sort of quasi-auto bomber builds is really good. For this, still keeping Rampage alive. I checked all the loot. That one is actually worth picking up. Not this one. I like to shift in and get my free shifts while I'm looting. That's something I think is a really smart way of being more efficient with your time. It also allows you to keep Rampage up full. Another way to keep Rampage is do what I'm doing right here. I'm going to go in, I'm going to drop the portal down, and I did not lose it. There it is. Another raw Exalted one. Okay. Weird that I haven't found another nurse card, though. Okay, I could have died right there. Absolutely. I should have died right there. To be safe, I'm going to go along the wall. Okay, just kind of stutter step and shoot. I'm not going to loot much of anything. I mean, I'm not going to focus on looting in particular. Focusing on kind of keeping my buffs up. I already did clear the Scourge runs. At this point in the map, my goal is to make sure I clear the Scourge realms free stacks from the monsters that spawn. I want to make sure I did that. Now, I've gone in and out of the Scourge realm like 15 times now. It's probably done. I would imagine it's done. Yeah. Now, I just actually got frozen there, so I am immune to freeze so long as my Quicksilver Flask is running. Because I also have, what is it? A couple of the implicits on my jewels for freeze duration. I have 100% reduced freeze duration when this flask up. So that's another reason why not, keeping the ball rolling, keeping all your flasks going, the headhunter buffs going is a really smart thing to do. Otherwise, what happened there, I hit that strong box when I was basically done running, and I paid the ultimate price by, it had the freeze followed by the explosion afterwards, which is a super deadly combination, and it got me killed.
Go with courage.
But fortunately, I don't have to spawn at the very beginning of the map because I have gotten into the routine of putting portal down every time. I have my portal right here. I have it set up with an enhanced support for extra fast portal time, 141% increased cast speed combined with 300% increased effective onslaught means my cast speed is, I don't know, what would it be, something like 200%, plus any headhunter buffs on top of that. I can spawn a portal basically instantly. A lot of the time. Actually capped on my maps right now. First thing I'm going to do is pick up that Exalted Orb. That's what I'm going to do. Come here. Right here. No nurse card, but hey, I'll take an Exalted Orb. No monsters whatsoever. Okay. Monsters here, and that's it. Done. Oh, a Wretched card. Almost missed the Wretched card. Okay, so that's T10. That's my favorite one to run, and I absolutely like doing that. But we're going to move on. We're going to make it a little harder on myself. Gonna do T12. Next. T12. Okay, now I finally baked this thing all the way up. Yeah, that's good. Well, that was a good turnout right there. Wow. Only one enchanted. I saw the enchanted items thing come. Like, no. Okay. There it is. Another 8 modded map for T12 this time. Oh boy. So it starts to get hard now. A little bit harder. I may actually die this time. Even while I have everything going for me, I may die. We'll find out. Only need to remove 1 Watchstone this time to sustain T12 maps. Bountiful traps spawned again. And that never amounts to anything, does it? Okay, I'm gonna move that out. Okay, I'm gonna take this moment right here to explain something. Scourging your maps. What should you scourge? You basically have, by my estimation, you basically have 2 choices that are really good choices to scourging maps. Aside from other maps, I'm talking about tower maps. What should you scourge? So, on the one hand, you really want to scourge high quantity, high pack size maps, right? Because you want to be able to run them in conjunction with magic finding in general, and you get the scourge rewards on top of having good loot from the magic finding. But the problem is, 3 out of the 5 shifting modifiers for scourge map make it so you do not get free scourge monsters when you shift in and out. The ones that force you to shift, basically, where you don't have a choice. So you indirectly lose lots of scourge monsters on those maps, it just feels bad. It feels really bad to take an otherwise premium rolled map and halfway ruin it by and the scourge rewards may not be any good either. So I mean, you can absolutely totally ruin a 45% pack size map doing that. It might be worth it. However, if you're doing like upper echelon play where you are rolling so many maps and you're being really picky with your maps and you don't mind getting bad outcomes, and you say, okay, you know what, this outcome, it turned out bad, I'm just going to chuck it, just going to toss the map, whatever. And if you're balling to that level, which I'm actually starting to do that, not to toot my own horn, so I have been scourging maps like these here, in hopes to get basically a turnout like this, where this is like a super good map. It's going to be lots of juicing potential there, but most of the time it doesn't turn out good. So I have to roll more maps than most people to make that happen. Now it's fine because I can sustain a lot of maps, no problem. Especially with Strongbox. See, another great thing about Strongbox is you may have noticed a lot of mobs drop from the Strongboxes and the monsters that spawn from the Strongboxes. But so that's one choice of scourging your maps. The other choice, and that's how I actually got this map right here. That's literally how I got this map right here, which I just finished baking up, and it's going to be part of my part 3 deep dive explanation on Scourged maps, running Scourged maps. However, another good option is when you're rolling maps, sometimes you're going to hit Nemesis on a map that is just not good enough. It's just not quite good enough. It's kind of low quantity, low pack size, like this. Nothing special. I would normally not run this map. You know, the pack size is just not good enough. Now, you could val this and hope to hit 8 mods, or you could just run it anyway and settle for kind of a mediocre map, or you could just re-roll the map. But in my opinion, a good idea is to say, okay, whereas if I'm scourging these maps, I'm hoping for the holy grail outcome like this, right? But if I'm scourging these maps, what I'm hoping for is not a magic finding, a great magic finding situation. I'm hoping for good Scourge rewards. That's all I'm hoping for with this one. So when I'm scourging these maps, I could care less about the pack size and the quantity and everything. It has 20 to 30% extra rare monsters, and it may hit 7 scarabs. You know, you don't know. So it's obviously worth putting something in here, and I think this is a good option. I think basically it comes down to either because I'm just going to roll over these maps anyway if I don't do it. So it's either throw something like this in the cooker or throw something like this in the cooker and really shoot for the moon. Basically the choice there. So for the next few maps, I'm going to roll these. I'm going to see how these turn out. And if I find out immediately that it's like enchanted items and scourged items, I'm just going to chuck it at like tier 2. I'm just going to throw it away and put another one in. I don't care. I got plenty of those maps to spare. I roll a lot of maps. I hit a lot of Nemesis. I got a plentiful supply of these, and I can see, and I can just keep rotating them in and out constantly until I hit, you know, like scarabs or stack decks or something super strong. And obviously, I can keep this map if it hits gained twice as much Scourge, so it's like an extra juicy map. Even with low pack size, it's fine. So I'll still run that in that case. So yeah, I pulled that one stone out. We got the prophecy set up for the next time, and this is a T12 map.
My mana is gone.
And I'm stuck. I got back. Did I? Oh, I see what happened there. This is a this is a cannot regenerate mana or life. So I actually forgot to trigger my mana potion. Whoops. Now we got the ball rolling. All right. Everything seems to be fine now. I do like to loot. You have noticed that I tend to be looting on the go. That's true for sort of default maps, ones that don't drop an excessive amount of loot. I will go ahead and do that. And I can keep my rampage up for the most part. And my headhunter buffs up for the most part. Breach up there. I could actually die even at this point with just 150 stacks. And a T12, it starts becoming a little bit rough. Okay, good. I was glad I could trigger that. I like doing that, like going out there and then triggering that thing, and then let it build up until I go back again later on. Stuff actually takes a little while to die. I can't just, like, you know, attack and go and then that's it. Oh no, I'm late! Late to the party! I was too late. I definitely didn't get all of that. The breach monsters don't drop anything anyway. I'm not gonna really bother with the Scourge maps checking it. I'm gonna at least trigger that thing, but I'm not gonna... Oh, it's these up here, never mind. Oops. Well, I lost all my buffs, didn't I? Always tend to lose them on the last floor. Or the second to last floor. What was all that? A lot of stuff. There we go. Okay. I got 2 or more things to pick up or look at, I will actually do this shift. Just one, I'll just go ahead and do that. Now here, obviously, I don't know what even was this? Okay, it's a bunch of nothing. That's what it is. Yeah. Oh god, I need a healing potion right here. I'm relying on my leech. You can see how fast I leech here in a second. Woo! Right up there, yep. That leech is real, man. Like, you know, it sucks sometimes to not have a healing potion, but as long as I have monsters in the near vicinity, I can just leech my way to victory. Okay, I'm gonna cheat. I'm keeping my rampage buff up. A little strategy I mentioned in the last map. Keep it from falling. Also getting poisoned or something on this map too. See, more awakened sextants. See, like awakened sextants actually dropping now. Like for real, they're dropping. Whereas in the T10, you don't see them as often. So that is one reason you might want to make the change from T10 to T12 if you like seeing more awakened sextants. It's basically that and delirium splinters you'll get more of. That's about it. Oh, a big map. 8 modded Nemesis. Pre-corrupted map. Come to Papa. It would appear that I have killed all the free monsters once again. That is done. I'm surprised I can't go up twice on these Scourge maps.
I'm not up to that just yet.
Strange. So I managed to survive the T12 without too much difficulty. No major drops from there, just a few more awakened sextants, I guess.
Greetings.
Let's see, is it high? Oh, it's actually high enough default armor evasion. I'm going to keep this, and I am going to double corrupt this later
Keep
on.
your life to your own.
Kind of show you what I do for double corrupting. So I already have a chronicle set up like this. This is one of the items I like to
Greetings.
double corrupt
Farewell.
attempt. I found a Writheless Coil in here. Actually, really high rolls, even though it's corrupted, unfortunately. Wow, that's that's very high. Okay, I don't know, something like 40 chaos maybe. Okay, that's. Let's see if I can divine this up. So for this, I'm going for at least 90% onslaught effect and at least 70 life. Hopefully a decent armor and evasion roll. Let's see. Let's go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, getting unlucky here. 8, 9, 10. With bare minimum maximum life roll. No thank you. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Wow, okay. So it took me 17 divine orbs to hit one decent on here. That's really unlucky. The max life roll is pretty okay. The armor and evasion is unfortunately low, but one-off perfect onslaught effect. I will double corrupt this later on. This is me trying to find incremental upgrades and dropping X upon X into, you know, just dumping X into the trash can, basically hoping that it spits out a tiny upgrade. That's what that is. Basically, I'm hoping for this with a better Scourge outcome, or +1 level socketed gems and 50% damage would be stupendous if I could get that. I don't know. We'll see. Here comes the end of part 1. This is a tower map T14. Get ready to die. That's what I'm going to say here. Oh, I forgot to mention, one really big advantage to doing T14 is I don't need to do this, or this, or this. No, I just leave them in. It's done. I don't have to move them out anymore. Yay! But that is actually kind of a big deal. I should have mentioned that before. Oh, bountiful traps procced again. Wow, wow, wow. Oh, this sucker's going off the chart. Okay, focus. The last map went a lot better than I thought it would. Must have had like easy modifiers in general. Oh, this one has double AoE range. Oh, could be bad. Could be very bad. Especially when the freaking Beyond bosses come out. Just throw shit on the whole screen. One major sacrifice I did to my gear is I am only running 10% spell suppression. It was a major sacrifice, a conscious sacrifice I made to my gear in order to be able to keep my damage and otherwise my other defenses, my physical defenses in good condition. Oh my god. Yeah, I don't really want to see the strange barrel. Oh, I forgot, I gotta check the contracts. Oh. I gotta check contracts now. Hello? I lost my rampage going the wrong way. Bad. So bad. Awakened Sextant. Yes. Plentiful supply. I do not like seeing a ring of fire as big as my whole screen. I still basically one-shot stuff though, don't I? They're not resisting it. If I was doing T14s, I would have to fix my loot filter so I no longer see this garbage everywhere. Oh, I forgot to check my maps. Ah! We'll have to check the maps here. I don't want to go any more than 2 maps without, or go more than 3 Scourge tiers without checking my maps. Where do I go? Okay. Oh, again, you're getting to see in action. One very big reason to run T14 is you get the Conqueror progression. I'm getting a whole lot of extra monsters on this map. It looks like the Redeemer influence has spawned this map. A good influence for me since I'm immune to freeze and all that stuff anyway. God, I almost died just putting that portal down. What?
I'm not up to that just yet.
I don't know if I can. Jeez. Somehow I did not lose Rampage through all that. Somebody wrote something about Wind Ripper build. I'll read that when I'm done with this. I kind of need a deception. This is the first deception contract I've picked up in ages. All right, final floor. I'm gonna try to juice up my headhunter. Okay, here we go. Don't die, 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 don't die. I'm dead right now. Right now. Nope. Oh my god, I didn't die. Oh! Oh my god. I took one hit down to 5% health or something. Chalk that up. Chalk that survival up to the taste of hate. Definitely. Is the only reason I'm still alive. That's why, like, see, all of this spell damage is doing a lot of damage to me, but none of it will one-shot me, basically. So I'm far more likely to get literally one shot from a melee hit. I'm not worried about one shots from. The only time I really wish I had spell suppression is when I'm running through the map and then there's a Beyond boss still alive and by himself, and I got nothing to leech off of. Yeah. You might want to change your builds. You want to add Animate Guardian for increased rarity. Interesting. I don't think about that. I do have a free. Ew, that's terrible.
Farewell.
I have this. I don't need this flame dash, so I could put it in my quiver actually. So Eureka! I think I died only on the T6. I think I died on the T6, but not the T14. Or maybe I died on the T10. I can't remember. It was that strongbox that froze me and then wrecked my face. Right after that. Deception. Okay, yeah, deception is worth something like 10 chaos apiece. Okay. Wow. Part 1 finished, concluded. Let's move on to part 2. Okay, part 2. Part 2, I'm going to show you all the various different types of maps that I roll. And I think I will start it off this way. So there are 8 maps right here that I will potentially roll in a particular way. The first 4 kind of blend into each other. I don't necessarily really change anything about the first 4 maps that you see on this list here. But I am pointing out because there are a couple of distinct differences between them. The first one is an example of the lowest monster pack size that I will settle for. Now, this is my personal take. 28%, it seems to be a popular number when you're rolling the maps. And as you can see, I vowed this. And when I vowed this, nothing happened. It just stayed the way it is. That's one of the, I believe, 5 different outcomes that can take place when you vow a map. And yeah, so that happened. Now, I could just throw this in the trash can, but I'm not so elite that I'm going to trash this. I will still run this with Gilded Scarabs, and it's fine. So this is first case in point. Essentially the worst map that I will run. The next map is just kind of is actually almost identical to the T10 that I rolled. It's an 8 mod. Count them, 4 prefixes, 4 suffixes, very high pack size. It has no chiseling, which means it dropped straight out of a strongbox, or actually I know for a fact this dropped out of a strongbox because it's mirrored. Which I'm going to explain something very special when I get to this and I show you something with a mirrored map. Then in next case, we have the modifier 21% more magic monsters. So when you have extra magic monsters, it's a good opportunity to run this Sextant. If you have it available. This Sextant is not particularly valuable. It is obviously most valuable in magic finding situation. It has no merit whatsoever on Nemesis 3. So when it comes to high-end, expensive Watchstone Sextant combinations that you buy, usually they are expensive because of Nemesis 3. To a lesser extent, they're expensive due to magic finding. Most people are not paying any attention to this mod. It is a very good mod. It is only one of 2 Sextants that have a direct impact on the Scourge realm, improving the Scourge realm, and that's why I suggest running it. What this means is this is gonna dramatically boost the quality of my Scourge realm with extra magic monsters. Now, I suggest you actually pay attention to how many magic monsters are in the Scourge realm. You'll be quite surprised. There's actually quite a few magic monsters that spawn in the Scourge realm, and they make up a significant portion of the loot that you get. Here we go. This is number 4. This is a Beyond roll. 8 modded again. These were both 8 modded. And with Beyond, it gives you a good opportunity to roll, to kind of focus combination Sextants, something like this. for like adding hunter traders gets me even more beyond indirectly. This sextant is more beyond directly, and you would want to run this with this particular watchstone. So this is triple beyond with unique monsters drop corrupted items. What that is, you get beyond in the atlas, one round of beyond on the map. Those are the two biggest sources of beyond in the game, not counting Glennick Cairn's atlas passives. And then you get the sextant as well. Just going to be raining sixlings off of that, just absolutely raining sixlings. Now, to be completely honest, I don't always go for that particular setup, but I do tend to set these maps aside if I have the opportunity. And I have, if I build a number up to like 16 of them, then I'll go out of my way to get the sextant to match up this way. However, this sextant is extremely expensive these days, so, but it's still a good idea because you may have this happen. I just had this happen a couple hours ago. I rolled this, and another good reason to roll elevated sextants because sometimes you get something like this. So here is a situation where I'm saving this watchstone, and now I am very, very much going to save these maps because I'm going to set myself up for a tsunami of sixlings, basically a 16 map session with just focusing massively on sixlings. Conversely, I could use this sextant specifically for Nemesis 3 if I want to. I may do that instead, actually, which actually is part of the other maps. So those are the first 4 map types, and they all kind of blend in together. There's no major difference between them. I tend to run all 4 of these in just the normal way. Now, the next 4 maps I do not run just in a standard way. I pay extra special attention to them and have a very particular setup with them. The first one is Unidentified Corrupted. You probably guessed it. You're going to run this sextant right here. And I highly recommend the elevated version because it's even more. The awakened version, I believe, is 15% increased pack size with 30% increased quantity. Why not run the elevated version? Actually, these sextants were going up in value. They were quite expensive for a little while, and then they've gone back down. A full 16 use, I believe, is 3 Exalts or less now. Definitely, absolutely worth it if you have 16 unidentified corrupted maps. And I know for a fact that each one of these maps has at least 28% pack size, which means with this sextant, they have at least 40% pack size, up to potentially up to 35%, between 40 and 45% pack size, as well as maybe 100 up to 110 plus 30 from being identified as 140 plus 35, so up to 175% quantity of items. So we're looking at maps that have around 175 or 170% extra quantity and 40% pack size, 40 to 45% pack size. That's better than these right here. That's a lot better than these. And when I do a session of 16 maps like this, with these sextants like this, I'll get like 10 or 12 nurse cards in 16 maps. I'll just get like a bunch of Exalts. I just get tons of stuff. So it's highly recommend doing that. Paying extra close attention to the unidentified corrupted. Let's move on. Next map type. This is a Scourged map. And what I was talking about with cooking these maps in here, I'm cooking these and just hoping that I get something good. Let's see. I got enchanted items. Garbage. I got unique items, breach splinters with a bad shift modifier. Garbage. So I don't care about those. Well, actually, it's 6 length there.
Greetings.
Yeah.
Farewell.
Those were garbage, so that's fine. I can go ahead and get ready to throw in 2 more. These cost me like nothing to roll. It's fine. So that is this is an example of a good outcome, obviously. So I got 2 scarabs and 5 stacked decks. The shift modifier is not good, but that doesn't matter because I got 2 scarabs and 5 stacked decks. It's going to be worth it anyway. There's nothing in here that bricks my build. 6,000 physical damage. I can work around that. So that's fine. I'm going to run this map as well. When I run it, I'm going to use the Twins Prophecy. Hope to proc for more twice as many scarabs and stack decks. Yeah. So again, this is a positive result from cooking the cheap, low quantity Nemesis maps. Okay, next map type is now we're getting to some really premium maps here. So this is a default 6 modded map that rolled very high tier modifiers, and it has 107% item quantity and 33% pack size. An absolutely great map for 6 modifiers. It's a good opportunity to actually run Nemesis 3 in conjunction with Magic Finding. I have a Delirium Orb I will throw onto this, and I'm just going to run it 20% Delirious. And then I have Nemesis 3 here. I put it on a War Among the Stars. It's one of the cheapest ways you can do it, and it's a good Watchstone. It is arguably better than 4% increased quantity modifiers to non-unique maps. And then we have a Booming Populace with a somewhat unusually good Watchstone modifier, Sextant modifier with Hunted Traders. And then, of course, I'm still running like the same stuff I usually run. I could be running things like Abyss or Breach, but honestly, I'm trying to kind of do a little bit more apples to apples comparison on some of these maps, so I'm going to keep the Sextants for the most part the same. Then the last and final map is another very premium map. So this, oh yeah, I actually just had one of these, didn't I? Just a second ago. No. What? Yeah. In the T12 that I did, I actually dropped one of these, just straight up. So this dropped Nemesis, pre-rolled Nemesis with 8 modifiers. So this is a good opportunity. So this is identical to the map that I have here, except at T10. Well, I'm going to throw this, I'm actually going to put this right here. I have these maps set up right here, just like this. Okay, that's where I'm putting them. And what I'm going to do with this map is I'm going to run Nemesis 3. And I'm going to run a Delirium Mirror, because I cannot put a Delirium Orb on this. It's already corrupted. But I really, really, really want to make the most out of this map that I can. And Delirium as a Sextant, actually not extremely expensive. The Sextant itself, by itself, costs about 4 Exalts, maybe 4 or 5 Exalts. For 16 uses, anyway, so that's like 4 times 4 uses would be around 6 Exalts, and you can put it on any of the Watchstones. I happen to have it on my Booming Populace. I got the Nemesis 3. So instead of 100 Traders, I have Mirror of Delirium, basically. And this is a map that I will run as a forced Mirror of Delirium. It will be a Nemesis, and it'll just be a lot of stuff. It'll be, I'll be chasing Nurse cards and Exalted Orbs, basically. And that is it. Those are the 8 different, essentially the 8 different types of maps that I run. Again, this is a deep dive into everything about how I run the maps. I'm not leaving anything out that I know of. I probably am leaving some things out. One thing I haven't done, and I decided I should do, is I should show you an example of rolling the maps. So, what would a video like this be if I didn't actually show you myself rolling the maps? So we're going to make sure they're all clean. I'm going to roll 5 times. I'll roll 30 maps, okay? So I usually roll like 30 to 50 maps at once. I get a nice selection. Okay, got to chisel them all up. This burns through a lot of chisels. You do have to buy the chisels over time. Chisels are pretty cheap, though. It's a little annoying to have to buy them, but not that big of a deal. Not that big of a deal. Okay. Whoop. Let's figure out where I'm going. Okay, I should go pull a bunch of these out here. This is, I don't know how much this costs. I don't know, maybe like half an Exalt to roll all these. Honestly, I don't pay that much attention to it. I am going to make sure that I see Nemesis, the only modifier I really care about. Because I pay extra special attention to Nemesis when I roll it, because I may want to cook the map with low quantity or whatever. I've seen other content creators have a very specific, code, mathematical code in here. Honestly, I just look at the Nemesis maps first. Okay, I say, all right, whatever. I will keep those for cooking purposes, just to see if it hits scarabs or whatever. And then the other maps, I just scroll through very quickly to see if I hit 28 or higher pack size. That's a monster right there. Yeah. One off. One off. There's another one. There's another one. Beyond, I'm not that concerned about, unless it hits good pack size anyway. Okay, so I actually got a fair number of maps there off that first round. Okay, then we're going to scour these all again. I missed something there. And round 2. See how many we can get. Okay, going to the Nemesis here. Okay, so this is really cool. This happened. One map that I did not reveal was this right here. This happens sometimes. Sometimes you actually just, when you roll like 50 to 100 maps, you roll like 1,000 maps, whatever, you're going to hit this. You hit this surprisingly often. And this is Nemesis, a high roll Nemesis actually, combined with Beyond on I believe 6 mods. This is actually high quantity as well. So this is the holy grail roll on a map, basically. I mean, it could be higher quantity, pack size, or whatever. But you can add modifiers on this map by beast crafting, and you can go absolutely nuts on the Nemesis 3. You can keep this for yourself and run with it if you want. Now, obviously, this map would be way more valuable if it was a T14 tropical island, but it's still extremely valuable, and people somewhat regularly buy them off of me. I just sold one of these for 1.6x earlier today, and it was like this, like super small pack size. So I recommend either selling this map. You should be able to sell it quickly at 1x, or you can try to, be patient and sell it at like 1.5x, or you can save it and run it. However, if you run it, I suggest you plan your map carefully, and you go probably going to do maybe winged scarabs, maybe you might beastcraft 2 extra mods on there. Obviously, you're going to deli orb this at least once, and you're going to run Nemesis 3 on it. You're going to want to have the Beyond Sextant on there probably. So I had a question here. Do you crangle those maps, or do you buy crangle maps to run them? I do have a live search set up to buy crangled maps with the gain exposed corruption stacks twice as frequently. I will pay up to 1x for them, depending on if it's like a T10 tower especially. I think they sell for around 1x a piece, because I didn't see any cheaper than that. And it's quite often they're literally 0 in supply. So I do crangle these maps here. I explained it a little earlier, that these particular maps here, they're nothing special. They don't have Nemesis on them. They are 8 modded maps. But if they crangle into this shifting modifier, then they become ultra premium. And the opportunity, the sky's the limit for magic finding purposes. Again, 8 modded map, huge pack size, huge quantity, crangled to gain twice as many Scourge stacks at a time, means that you're doing like 2/3 of the map you're clearing at maximum Scourge stacks. Just means the loot is absolutely outrageous. No, I mean if you roll Nemesis, Nemesis, do you crank? No, I don't. You mean this map specifically? This map that I showed? No, I would never crangle this. I wouldn't do that. Because it may crangle into having fewer monsters, and shifting modifier may be bad, and it may quickly brick the map for some reason. If it has like take 12,000 physical damage when you shift in and out or whatever. No, I'm not going to crank them. They're way too valuable as a standalone. You basically must put a deli orb on it first of all as well, and it's just not worth it. In my personal opinion, these ought to be sold. So, for example, I put this up for 2x. I don't know if it'll sell. I could drop the price down slowly. It's a fairly high rolled Nemesis beyond dual map. So the way I look at rolling maps is, this is actually how I make even. Rolling, blowing through all this currency right here does cost over time, but I more than make up for it by occasionally rolling a map like this and then selling it for 1 to 2x. So, I mean, it's not really like I'm paying anything to roll the maps. That's kind of how I look at it. I like the fact that I can make even on some of those maps. So there we got another low quantity rarity. Yeah. Oh, I didn't even know. Oh my god. Apparently this one too. So I got extremely lucky on rolling them. I hit not one but actually 2 of these. Okay, that's nuts. So I'm way the hell ahead on map rolling here. Let's go through here. Magic monsters with beyond 88%. I'm still not going to do it. No, still not going to do it. You can't make me. Oh, that's a good one. Let's see here. Let's go. A bunch of trash. Yeah, a bunch of trash the rest of the way. Yeah, I actually really like the Scourge League, but I think it garnered too many mixed opinions, and it's clearly something that the dev team gave up on midway through the Legion. I think there's no way this goes core. There's just no way. Okay, so this is actually a high-tier Nemesis. Now, with high-tier Nemesis, I save them back here. And so what I might do with these maps is I might... this particular map is like this one here. Kind of. This is in the same category. So I would, put a deli deli on that, and yeah, put it there. So I'm just gonna kind of throw that right here, as if I'm gonna run it. Let's see. Let's go back. Okay. Did I check all of them? I don't think I did. Ah, there's another one. And that's it. Okay. Going on, I think, round 4 now. Alright, another low Nemesis. Entity. Just see how many of these you get. Like, you just cook them up endlessly. And you don't have to cook them all the way up T10. Cook them up the, Scourge tier 2 or 3 just to verify that Scarabs is not rolling on the map. And then just throw it away. Like, I could just re-roll these. But why not? Go ahead and throw them in a cooker real quick, see what happens. You might be pleasantly surprised. You might be terribly disappointed. It's not the end of the world. Either way. I think it's worth doing that as a bare minimum. I really didn't get hardly anything out of that batch. Let's see. Okay, we got another very high tier Nemesis. A mid tier. Okay. I mean, I'm just swimming in these, like absolutely swimming in them. Another high tier one I'll throw here. Oh, I forgot to do this. Here, that's another one. Okay. Okay, it's actually more Nemesis maps than I want. So I'm just going to start re-rolling some of these. I don't want to... It's eating too much into my primary pile of maps. So I'm going to start re-rolling over them. But, I'll save the ones that... I'll throw the lower quantity ones and save the higher quantity ones, right? Smart. That's a good one. Okay, we're progressing along. This is one of the more time-consuming parts of doing all of this. It is a little bit annoying. Another one, wow. Getting rid of all these low 70s here. Oh, that's a good one. missed. Huh, a good one. Okay. Okay, no Nemesis. Nothing there. Bad round. Oh. Pull some more. Pull some more materials. Oh my god. Bunch of 91 percentiles. It's below my bar. I set my bar. My bar is what it is. 27%, not good enough for me. 30% is good enough for me, though. So one more 32%er in here. No. Okay. Yeah. Garbage. Garbage again. Wow, those are like all 72 to 75. Quantity. Yeah. My good luck has worn thin. Oh, another decent Nemesis. We'll get the one last 70 out of here. Okay. Ooh, 78. Ah, 100 quantity. Oh. Down to 5 maps. Oh, 2 of them. Down to 3 maps. Not good. Ah! Wow. Another high Nemesis quantity. Okay, I'll save that one back. Another big takeaway from this. Having... Oh, cool, man. Thanks for checking out the Twitch stream. Having a plan for setting aside maps and, you know, building a group. Like now I have over 16 of these fairly high quantity Nemesis rolled maps. I can deli orb them up, run a hybrid Nemesis 3 and magic find if I want to. Great opportunity to do that with these maps. It's very smart to not just val these and just run them normal, you know, because you don't always get high quantity with Nemesis combined, and you know, you can do something extra with that. Why not? Again, this kind of assumes that you care deeply about magic find efficiency and that that's like your primary method of farming, which if you're watching this right now, probably I think the assumption is it's probably is your primary method of farming, or you want it to be. Trying to finish this out. Just got 2 more maps to roll, and 28% pack size or higher is what I need, but I'm not finding it. Why? Can't find it. Oh my god. Get an avalanche Nemesis. Wow. Yeah, sometimes it goes like this. You just can't. You can't cross the finish line. Ah. Oh my god. These maps are terrible. They're broken. Broken maps. 66%. 63% quantity. It's getting even worse. 72, 69. Oh, double 60. Double 69. Okay, I'm down for that. Yep. Double 75. Wow. This is unfortunate for the video's sake, but I mean, it's realistic. You need to see what happens when you get literal garbage RNG just rolling maps. I'm already way the hell ahead, though, because I hit 2 Nemesis Beyond rolls already, so I'm not worried about it. This is actually kind of stupid. They are chiseled. Okay, I'm not... going crazy here, am I? Well, at least I can sub one in. Maybe get rid of the broken map. This is crazy. I can't. I don't know if I've ever had RNG this bad. Can't find. Again, just 28% pack size. That's not that high. Like it's fairly there. Finally hit something. Jeez. All right, now for the last map, because it's annoying to keep clicking over and over. Usually I just go ahead and bite the bullet and I just roll this chaos style. Oh yeah, one chaos sword. Okay. All right. So what do we have here? What I found was I found two super premium. I rolled two super premium Beyond combined with the Nemesis. I'm going to sell those for a grand total of around 3x between both. That's going to more than pay for the cost of rolling these maps. I found a number of fairly high quantity Nemesis maps to save back for a different kind of farm. I found some low quantity Nemesis, way more than I needed for cooking purposes, to see if I can hit scarabs, stack decks, or anything like that while I'm running my normal maps. And then I rolled a whole bunch of 28 plus pack size that I'm gonna val the shit out of right now. Alright, so just gonna val all these up. I'm gonna show you hopefully all 5 different results that can come from a map. So result number 1, from worst to best. Worst result: it goes into a higher tier and becomes a map you have literally no interest in playing. And that's what happened to this one right here. Wow, pure trash. I'm going to throw that away. Result number 2. Nothing happens. Or no, sorry, that's not result number 2. Result number 2 is... here we go. Result number 2 is it re-rolls the same map, and then it re-rolls it to a lower amount of pack size or quantity, usually, of course, because you're only saving the high ones. And that is also trash. I'm not going to be running that one either. The next result is nothing happens, like this one, okay? So this one was already 29% pack size, it was 6 modifiers, and it stayed exactly the same. This is the equivalent of this map right here. Nothing happened. It's my least happy result map that I will still run. I'll still do it. Okay, so that's one result. First result, second result, third possible result. Fourth possible result is bricks into 8 modifiers, which in a positive way, such as, oh, holy shit. I think this might be the first time I've seen this happen all season, actually. So, wow, one of my maps bricked into 8 modifiers with a Nemesis 3 and a Beyond. I actually don't know what this is worth. I literally don't know what that's worth. So I'm just gonna set that to the side. I'll deal with that monster later. That's probably worth at least 2x, I'm guessing. I don't know, but holy crap, you could roll a deli mirror on that with Nemesis 3 and call it a day. That would be a lot of loot. Okay. Dude, if that was a tropical island. Oh my god. Anyway, where was I? Okay. Here we go. Alright, so this bricked into 8 modifiers. Good outcome. A great map. It rolled with magic monsters. I can set it aside for the magic pack size if I want to, if I choose to do that. And the final possible result is it turns unidentified corrupted, which is the best result, arguably, so long as you purchase this. Where is it? Oh, this Sextant right here. That is the best result. This is the best result if you don't want to bother purchasing this Sextant and do all that. But anyway, this is the best result, I think. So here we go. Result number 1 and 2 are garbage. They are going in the trash can. Result number 3, 4, and 5. Result number 3 is good enough. 4 and 5 are good results. Okay, this map is like the first one. It's like that one there. It's like that one there. Yeah. So I'm just kind of showing you, I rolled 30 maps. Usually I roll more than that because I can't cover 16 maps of one particular type here. This is kind of how the spread looks. Uh-oh. Oops. That. There. Goes there. Oh, wow. A lot of those. Eesh. Okay, a pretty standard result. So out of those 30 maps, I kept a lot of the other ones back. I actually only got 6 of them that stayed the same. I got 3 that became 8 modded, plus 2 more that became 8 modded and special rolls on them. And then I got 8 that are unidentified. So, if I rolled like, say, 50 or 60 maps at once, I could probably build an actual 16 map session out of it. As it stands, I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So I hit 11 maps that I could make out of a 16 map session. So yeah, I'd only have to roll like 50 maps at once. And that's what I usually do. I usually roll 50 maps at once, and I'll get at least 16 maps that are good enough for my quadruple elevated sextant setup. And then there's this absolute monster. I can't believe this map. Okay. So what I'm gonna do, okay, I got my spot from my unidentified. See me building up my nice little unidentified section. I did 16 of these maps earlier yesterday, and I already have 12 again. Yeah, 12 again. And then this is my pile of just generic maps that I can run in really any kind of 16 map session. And obviously I have more than 16 of these maps now. I believe I have 17 of these maps. So I have in my possession here an actual session worth of maps I could run. Then I also have the cooker maps. We call them the cooker maps, I guess. There. Ah, okay. Spending a lot of time. Okay, so I showed you exactly the process of rolling maps. Let's get into actually running these maps, which involves the first map by default.
I'm not up to that
Okay,
just
this
yet.
map's nothing special. I may not have enough scarabs, actually. I didn't buy enough scarabs, I think, for this. Whoops. I'm gonna 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Ugh, I'm gonna have to buy scarabs in a little bit. Oh well, I'll do that in a little bit. Right. Yeah, I needed 11 scarabs. That's set up still, perfectly fine. And I'm not going to run anything there. Okay. I think that's right. Nothing, no prophecy procced. This is, as long as the delirium mirror didn't spawn. Okay, so this map is literally like bare bones. My goal with a map like this is to just run it in like 4 minutes flat. Just get it done. I'm not really, if I get a nurse card, I'll consider myself lucky. Because, what's going to happen here is I'm not even going to have 300 stacks until I start the final room with this kind of pack size. I just probably can't do it unless I get a lot of my free stacks early on. Which I might do, but we'll see. one of the nice things about a map like this is there's so little loot to pick up that I'm not going to have to go back to town in the middle of this map and deposit stuff and waste time, you know, spending extra time doing this stuff. No, it's just going to be easy. Just get in and get out. I do not actually run the ritual. I don't do it. It's not worth it. I do ritual only if I have a delirium up. Delirium mirror in particular, as it helps, it greatly improves how much delirium rewards you get. Oh my god. Oh. One small golden nugget of information is don't open a strong box inside a breach. It's bugged, it spawns monsters, they die, and they never drop anything. Literally no loot will drop ever from a strong box that is opened inside an active breach. Quick little tidbit of information. I discovered that last season when I was farming a lot of breach. I was doing the Bazaar map. Bazaar. Not Bizarre, Bazaar.
I'm not up to that just yet.
Oh, I can't keep my rampage. Wow, the Scourge thing almost blocked me off there. See, I got like one Chaos Orb, a Wretched card, a couple things to pick up. It's like, so, this is like the Alk-and-Go version of this strategy. That's weird. It must have been like Corpse Explosion or something. Not even sure what killed me there. I'm really surprised that I actually died on that map.
Greetings. Go
Oh
with
well.
courage.
Let's try that again. Good thing I dropped the portal on every floor, right? So I'm right back where I left off. Actually, you say maybe I get a Mage Blood from my Wretched cards. I actually sell the Wretched cards. I sell them in bulk. And they sell for like
My mana is gone.
over 4 chaos apiece. So there's a lot of whales out there who are willing to buy them. I suppose eventually I will, you know, start rolling them myself, but not for now. Okay, I'm at 300 stacks, so at least I get most of this floor at 300 stacks. But like, there aren't even that many monsters. Like, where are the monsters at? Yeah, man, that's what it's like rolling this low quantity. I may get to a point where I don't know. I don't even run these maps. Like a bit of a waste though. If I get to a point where I don't run these maps, then I will only be accepting 2 out of 5 possible outcomes on the Val Orb. And that's gonna make it so I have to roll a lot of maps. Radiant Dawn. Let's see, I've got some more free monsters, at least a couple here. I got one more. One more port in. So I'm actually going to do that ritual because I think I actually have a couple more free Scourge monsters allotted to me. Based on what you saw in part 1. Doing the ritual gives me the Scourge. Go back up again. Okay, there was something because the Wretched card dropped from it. Let's see if there's maybe one more. Okay, I think that's it. Okay. Right.
Hello.
Terrible.
Farewell.
I didn't get much there. I got a few maps, a few wretched cards, a couple chaos orbs. Kind of bad. Abyssal Jewel and basic currency. Okay. I'll run this one more time just to see the secondary result. Ah, yeah. Take the scarabs out for this. Okay. Time for that second golden nugget. Here it is. I have in my possession the sort of very bread and butter standard 8 modded map. This particular one was mirrored. I deliberately saved this back to show this one particular thing, the golden nugget. So, what am I going to do? I'm going to show you just how valuable the unique Watchstones are. In particular, if I can find it. Yeah. That one and one more. I need one more. Urgh. Well, I thought I had I thought I had one more unique watchstone, but I mean rare watchstone, but apparently I don't. Whatever. I'm gonna waste 100 traders here, just for the sake of showing this. Okay. So, what a lot of people are doing is they understand just how powerful booming populace is. Okay, that makes sense, right? I'm actually going to sub out that for another one. Here it is, okay. One is which Sextant I care less about. And this is a setup that a lot of people will have. So they will run 3 T1 suffixed increased effect modifiers unique on unique non-unique maps with a booming populace, and you know, hey, that's pretty good, right? Like they think, okay, you know, I gotta have the booming populace. It makes such a huge difference. Look at all that pack size, yay! But
I'm not up to that just yet.
watch the difference here. So I'm gonna show you. Not gonna put scarabs in here. It doesn't affect the pack size or anything. Because I'm actually not going to run this map. We're going to go in. I'm not going to hit beyond or anything. Nothing affects the pack size. Everything is normal. Okay, so we go into this map. Oh, there is one thing that would affect the pack size, actually. This. All right. There we go. All right. Trying to keep the variables as simple as possible. Let's see what the pack size and quantity is in this map right here. Let's see what it is. 82% pack size, 89% rarity. All right, I'm gonna write a note on that actually. I'm gonna actually write this down. 157% quant, 89% rare. 82% pack size. All right, so this is a setup that a lot of people do, and the result for this particular map was 157% quantity, 89% rarity, 82% pack size. Now let's see what happens when I run the exact same map, except with 2 unique watchstones. This is the exact same map. I am going to put the scarabs in because I am actually going to run this map. But it has the exact same... There's nothing in here that's going to affect the pack size or anything except for this. Right here. So now I've substituted in my unique Watchstones. And let's see just how much better this is. Get on the right spot. Let's see it. Let's see it. %pack size, 98% rarity, 165% quantity. This map resulted in an additional 8% quantity, an additional 9% rarity, and an additional 6% pack size. Now, if that's not a slam dunk on the other potential setup, I don't know what is. I mean, that is a significant improvement from the other setup. Now, there is a small advantage to doing the other setup, and that's that you have to mess with buying new Watchstones less often. But in my opinion, this inconvenience is greatly offset by the fact that when you buy your own Watchstones, you can buy them pre-rolled with the Sextants on them. You don't have to roll your own Sextants, at least not on all of them. And if you notice how I'm running mine, I value these Sextants greatly. They result in a tremendous amount of currency. I would not want to run random Sextants on mine, just random Sextants that add monsters to the map. No, I want something a little bit more premium because it's going to result in more currency overall. So it's a win-win situation. Use the unique Watchstones, buy them off trade if they're outrageously priced or in very low supply for whatever reason, then roll them yourself and sell the ones that don't hit. That's what I do. I make plenty of money that way. That's an alternative strategy, and it works out really, really well. So that is the conclusion to Golden Nugget number 2. Right there.
I'm not up to that just yet.
And now I'm going to run this map. I feel a little bad about wasting 100 traders. By the way, if you didn't know, Scourge monsters, when the map spawns in the beginning, Scourge monsters do not exist near the doors. Like right next to the door. Like I don't even have to check up that ramp to see. I know there's no Scourge monsters up there. As well as the very beginning of the map, there's no Scourge monsters there. Now there can be Scourge monsters there if I shift in right there. Then they can spawn there, but they do not exist on the map at the start of the map there. Another little piece of information you may not have known. Looks like I'm actually going to go a little faster this time. I got good headhunter buffs. I got that done easily. Okay, I'm going to shift in just to get an item. Oh, there might be Abiscos up here. Nope. That's probably not even worth picking up anymore, actually. Yeah, here you're getting to see me actually run at a good pace. Ow. Great opportunity to get the free monsters out of the way here if I didn't die. I don't know why I died. That was another very surprising death. I'm really not sure what killed me there. That abyss might still be up. Yeah. So the abyss is still up, and I'm gonna get my free monster kills by shifting in right at this time. The abyss is still active, so I'm not losing any time by repeatedly shifting in and out, so long as I don't die. Checking the show. Ah.
I'm not up to that just yet.
Whatever. Not an Exalt sword. Ooh, a scary mob type. Okay, I've cooked the maps up long enough to see what they are. We'll see if they came out to be worth anything or if I'm going to chuck them. Chuck them. I gotta say, I've been getting actually pretty garbage luck here. Finding hardly anything. Sixlings are carrying my currency per hour a little bit. Really disappointing. Loot explosions down the last floor. Okay. I might have left a couple of monsters in there, but
Greetings. Journey well.
Oh, I wasn't supposed to sell those. Well, yeah, only 2 wretched. Ah, that's awful. Got awful loot from that. Dreadful loot. Oh, I missed it intuitively. Really? Oh well. Okay, next up. Next up is the combination of the magic pack size sextant with magic monsters, additional magic monsters rolled on the map. I'm gonna want to pay close attention to how many magic monsters are on this map, actually. Ready to go. Save that back for another day. Wow. Good pack size. Juicy. Very juicy.
I'm not up to
Some magic monsters can spawn from the strong boxes as well. Pack size does affect strong box spawn amount, which makes it a particularly great combination, in my opinion. Okay, I'm not waiting for that anymore. I went into the Scourge realm early there to save my rampage fall off. Getting a little more loot this time. Just in general. I forgot to check those maps, didn't I? have to check after this map. I haven't seen a Brotherhood amulet in a really long time. Low drop rate. A lot of wretcheds. Might be a Wind Ripper there. A second. No. Not. Big pack size there on that magic pack. You can see. Extremely dense. But the ones in the normal realm don't matter that much. It's really all about the Scourge realm magic packs. One's like right there was one right there. We can find another one. There's one right there. I think. Maybe. Nothing that big though. Definitely way more loot in this map. The map is very similar otherwise, other than the extra magic mods. But, you know, I do think it makes a fair bit of difference. Oh, that is a Mjolnir. Accidentally picked up Mjolnir, not really realizing what it was. Aha! Missed. I didn't drop anything anyway. Alright, let's see if we can finally get a nurse card. It's been way too long since I saw a nurse card. Final floor, come on. Pack size there. Wow, the very large magic pack just crushed me. Oh, okay. Small price you pay, I guess. Yeah, it's, I don't know what to do with this. I have very disorganized bags.
Greetings. Keep your life
I do
to your
shuffle
own.
things around. I sell stuff like all the time. I'm on do not disturb mode right now. Capped out my tower tab again.
I'm not up to that just yet. My mana is gone.
Okay. Beyond boss dropping is corrupted. Item 6 link. Yep. Get a lot. See if I can get past this magic pack here this time. Oh no! Looks like I'm gonna go nurseless again. Definitely not an entertaining stream as far as the nurse drops are concerned. They get a couple exalted orbs though. Usually you find like 4 times as many nurse cards you find exalted orbs. At least. Oh no. Really? Okay. A better map than the one before, but still no,
Greetings.
nothing crazy.
Farewell.
Next up we have Beyond. The focus is on Beyond. This is triple Beyond coming up. And we'll find out if this is worth doing. Now this Sextant is actually quite expensive these days. But you can always roll it on your own magic Watchstones randomly, so it's not a bad idea to save this back up the way I have right here. Let's see. Yep. Oh yeah, I gotta check those maps. checking those maps. I'll tell you what, they're about to proc the the next Scourge round. I just gotta go in the Scourge round once. Alright. Okay. Okay, show me those maps. We have Tainted Currency, Scarab, and Abyssal Jewels. Boom! Alright, that one's worth keeping. We'll cook that one up all the way. And oh, didn't expect that. I didn't expect that. These things were cooking up pretty nice in the background. I didn't even realize I got scarabs on both of them. And I'm actually running away with the scarabs on this one here. So, hell yeah, okay. Only tier 5. We got another 5 cooks to go, I guess. So, and the other one, Tainted Currency, is actually pretty good. And Basic Currency, those are really good maps. Really good. I can't complain. Can't complain with that result. So, hey, case in point. You should definitely cook something in your cooker, because you never know when it might hit big. I recommend cooking something that you would not have ran otherwise. So don't cook the really good stuff, unless you are, you know, elite tier player and you're going for the moon, in which case, go ahead. Cook your heart's desire, I guess. By cook, I mean Krangle, of course. See how that works? You know, you go in and then pick up the loot, keep your rampage going. Oh my god. Lag, a lot of stuff dropping, but no nurse cards. Dick. Where are the sixlings? I should be getting more sixlings than this. Should be beyond bosses galore. Definitely random. I mean, yeah, there's a few beyond bosses here. I guess. Explosions like this, that's why I love Strongbox with Beyond. They just spawn so much Beyond. Harbingers and Beyond. It's Harbingers with Nemesis 3 for sure. I'm not a huge fan of Harbingers outside of Nemesis 3 farming. Big map. Corrupted 40% pack size tower map. Probably off a Beyond boss. Certainly off a Beyond boss. Cost my rampage to do all that though. Feels like I'm not running a Divination Scarab right now. I'm not even getting Wretcheds. What? Holy crap. I just did that whole floor with 0 Wretcheds. Whoa. Is this what streamer RNG is? Because I don't like it.
That would only slow me down.
Okay, this is typical. I actually have too many 6 links, so I will actually have to make an extra trip back. Oh, we got a mirror from it. Yeah, I've never seen a mirror. Yeah, another... Oh, you must be doing a lot of Nemesis farming. Good for you.
That would only slow me down.
I did a lot of... well, I've done a lot of Nemesis 3 in the past 2 seasons, but I guess not a huge amount.
Keep your life to your own.
Wait, what? Weird. This map comes with me. Shatter the jar, but I keep hearing about people who open chests and shatter jars and get mirrors. Oh no, it unlocked another drop. But I got another scarab roll here. Ah. Goody good. What's next on the list? Next is Unidentified with the proper sextant. Of course. I think, yeah, these 3.
I'm not up to that just yet.
Yes. That's the good stuff right here. Another little kind of golden nugget. The 6 things. Don't open the map. Why? Yeah, all the gumball. Currency is barely worth anything. Oh, looks good. Only running those 2 Sextants. Oh, I have 1 6 link in the old map, yeah. Thanks. Only 1, right? I think I only have 1.
My mana is gone.
Appreciate that reminder. And 1's still worth going back in for.
Greetings. Go with courage.
Okay, so this, now we're getting to the... Getting up there. We're getting up there to the really big, juicy maps here. We're going to see what the pack size is on this bad boy. We're going to do Beyond. And little nugget here. I actually didn't plan to give this golden nugget, but when the... what are they called? ANR... Alva... Masters. Yeah, Masters. Duh. When the Masters spawn in the map... They take monsters away from the Scourge realm. Xana definitely does. In her little portal section. The Syndicate's one of the worst. If you spawn the Fortress, it just removes an entire screen full of monsters. And the Research Facility does as well. Nico's, his nice little gold, or his little sulfite thing, removes monsters from the Scourge realm. Alva also removes monsters from the Scourge realm. She puts monsters in the regular realm, but I don't really care about those. You know who doesn't remove monsters from the Scourge realm? This guy right here. And you know what can't happen if you use him? The other masters can't spawn. So in a situation where you care deeply about the map, where you're juicing it a little harder, especially if you're using like winged scarabs, probably should be running ANR. by the way, he also adds rares to the map anyway. Like, he's adding a little bit of juice to the normal realm. But more importantly, he is safeguarding you from getting part of your Scourge realm ripped off. So it's smart, I think, to run ANR. Scourge monsters still spawn all around where the beasts spawn. Like, it doesn't affect anything there, I don't think. So I could be wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's right. Gonna go beyond again. Run ANR. I don't run ANR for anything else. Actually, I actually need yellow beasts right now too, so I'm getting something valuable out of ANR. I'm short on yellow beasts currently.
I'm not up to that just yet.
No prophecy, huh? Oh, that's too bad. Okay, without a prophecy, let's see what the numbers are. We got 91% pack size, a 211 quantity, and 76% rarity. Okay, pretty good numbers. I've seen higher, but I'm okay with that. Oops,
My mana
misclick.
is gone.
Oh, is that what I think it is? No, it's not what I think it is. Another goddamn Exalted Orb. I can't get a nurse card. Am I getting more Exalted Orbs than nurse cards? What is going on? Why? Oh my god. So weird. I found 3 Exalted Orbs and no nurse card. I found a nurse card on like the first map, I think, that I did. Maybe. I've only found 1. Actually very unlucky. I've ran like I've ran something like 10 maps now on this stream and only found 1. That's crazy. It seems like every time I stream I always get completely shafted on the nurse cards. Yeah, man. Yes, yeah, Elder Influence adds monsters too. Yeah, he spawns portals and adds monsters. I don't think it removes anything from the realm, from the Scourge realm. My bloodline was gonna get me here. Oh, cool! This is a bloodline. This is actually a bloodline map as well. So that's a little extra juicy. A lot of magic monsters. Keeping that rampage alive. Yeah, I'm noticing a lot of magic monsters on this map. A lot of magic monsters, gee. But I'm not noticing a lot of nurse cards. I'm beginning to get salty again. I wish the beasts floated between the realms. That would have been nice.
Do not worry, little bee. We are friends now.
Oop, almost died. So I'm getting wrecked cards. And another map that failed me. How it goes sometimes. No, I have not found a Headhunter, Squire, or Mage Blood. I estimate that I've probably come close to farming the required amount that would have dropped ones by statistical odds. I don't think I'm quite there yet, but I certainly probably should have found at least one of those 3 by now, I think. And I haven't, so it is what it is. Yeah, around exactly. Yeah, 3,800. Yeah, I found out. I did the calculation because one time I picked up 141 unique belts in 3.75 hours or something like that. And anyway, I calculated that I would need to do roughly 90 hours of farming in order to find either one of those, statistically speaking. Of course, you can find one instantly, or you can find one never, but, you know, by the statistical odds being what they are.
Go with courage.
Oh, I forgot to... I didn't get any map drops because... I didn't go where I should have. Forgot to take the Watchstones out. Oops. Okay. Where's maps at now? 7. 4 scarabs. Got another scarab. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, where are we at now? We got, okay, so now the next 3 maps I'm going to be running the twins. Because, well, the following 2 I got Nemesis, but the next one is not Nemesis. It is simply for the Scourge rewards, which are looking mighty nice. Mighty nice indeed. Okay, let's do that here. I guess get rid of these. Looks good. Yeah, I'll go ahead and run ANR again. I don't want to. Yeah, I don't know. I thought about. I see other people doing that kind of stuff, but I'm not. I'm not much of a group player. That makes sense. Have those in? I didn't have them in. Yeah, there's that too. PC can't handle it. Yeah, my PC is kind of old. I plan to buy a new one the next year or the year after. Okay, so we're gonna get a lot of scarabs off this map. This is go in and out of the Scourge realm randomly, so I don't get the full force of whatever. You know, there we go. Yeah, a bunch of scarabs already right off the bat. I'm just gonna run this map and pick up the loot later. I think when you have this much loot to pick up, you're a lot better off just doing the map and then running back and stuff after the fact. Just overall smarter in my opinion. I don't know, man. Setting up groups like that sounds like a pretty big headache to deal with all that stuff. God, that's disgusting, man. That's so much loot. 5 stack decks plus 3 scarabs. That's pretty dang strong. Really happy I got the twins proc on that. So this is like a low pack size map, and yeah, that does negatively impact the amount of total loot I get, but it's not anything crazy. It's only minor when it comes to, you know, the amount of rares on the map. I don't think it makes that much difference at all. Somehow kept my rampage through that. I don't know how. Juice. So nice. Nice. Wouldn't mind a nurse card though. Let the game know. No, good timing there. I said in one of my other videos, the modifier that makes you run into the map randomly, I think it annoys a lot of people, but oh, to me, I'm kind of running the map normally. It's not like I'm really running the map a whole lot differently than I would normally. It doesn't bother me that much. The only thing that bothers me is the fact that I lost a bunch of Scourge monsters. It's gonna shift me out like in any second now, even though I finished the map. There it is. I knew it was gonna shift me back out. And now, it might let me finish the map on the regular round before it shifts me in again. I'm not sure. Probably not with a strong box clearing. Kill count's getting too high. Shift me in a second, maybe. Okay, cool. Finish the map. Done. Now if it shifts me in or out, whatever, it doesn't matter. I'm just picking up loot now. That was nice. That was really done really fast. And now, with my 300% increased onslaught effect raider, I'm just gonna breeze through and pick up this loot. I'll go ahead and open these stack decks in this map too. Ow.
My
Yeah.
mana is gone.
Too much time went by, I guess. Had to shift me again. The only thing left alive is gonna, yeah, I was about to say it's gonna be Beyond Boss. I mean, maybe. Oh. Much damage? Oh, it's 6,000 physical damage. That's right. That is annoying, this part where I have to run back to the same place again. Okay, Richard, I'll take that. Bags are filling up.
I'm not up to that just yet.
That was a hunt you will not soon forget. You're welcome. Goodbye.
That would only slow me down.
Gonna shift me any second, I think. Or I won't let it. I'm gonna exit.
Greetings. Farewell.
Okay, what do we get? Alright, Breach, yeah, Legion, good. Polished Expedition's good. Polished Reliquary, I need that for myself. Harbinger, anything is good. Polished Harbinger is definitely good. Oh my god, that's a lot of stack decks. You know, it's been a while since I did a map like this. Oh, nice. A couple last scarabs were good. Quite satisfied with that. That is nice. And I'm cooking up some more maps just like that right here. If you see, I got, wow, this just keeps going up. I got four, this is at tier 9 now, 4 additional scarabs on the map. Nothing dangerous about the map. And then, over here, we got 2 scarabs and 5 tainted currencies on this map too. And what you just saw was a very low quantity Nemesis map that I happened to cook up just in case it hit something like stacked decks or scarabs. In this case, it hit both. 3 scarabs, 5 stacked decks, and yeah, you can see how many stacked decks I just got out. I mean, this is a crazy number. What is the value of this? These are still worth 2 chaos apiece, yeah? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's okay, that's 140 chaos there, and then 120 there. 140 plus 120 is my math is so bad. 360. So I just got 360 chaos worth of stacked decks off one map right there, plus 3 scarabs off each one. And the twins proc was super clutch there, of course. Couldn't have done it without that. Let's see what we get for fun. See if we get anything. Chaotic disposition. Okay. I've never in my life seen a house of mirrors, so I mean, that would be nice. Certainly not expecting it. I usually do actually drop my own stack decks. I don't sell them. I've seen the doctor card like multiple times and nurse cards a bunch of times and other things like samurai eye or something. Some other ones that are big. Not much of anything here, though. Wretched. It'd be hilarious if I found a nurse card off one of these. No. Okay. Yeah, quite lackluster actually. Would have been a way better off having sold those, but oh well. All right. God, I gotta clean out my divination cards tab as well. Okay. Moving on. Oh, this belongs over here, actually. Next we have Nemesis 3. Oh boy, Nemesis 3. Gotta love you some Nemesis 3. Actually, I guess I have all of these prepped up, huh? Uncooked, not cooked up, because I wanted to. I'm also magic finding on this. It's kind of a hybrid between magic finding and Nemesis 3. And to be completely honest, I would probably run different scarabs here. I would at least drop the reliquary scarab usually, probably for an abyss scarab, maybe gilded abyss. But this time around, I'm not going to do that. All there. This is 4 unique Watchstones. What are they again there? Hunted Traders, drop corrupted items, Strongbox, and Nemesis 3. A pretty nice selection. And we are actually going to run Alva in this case, even though it takes away Scourge monsters. I am focusing a bit on Nemesis 3. So Alva will be the go-to here. Oh, damn, I forgot to put the twins in. Oh, well. Probably wouldn't have procced anyway. This is, again, this is going to be a map where I kind of just run through, and I'm not going to loot anything because it just lose your headhunter buffs way too much dealing with that. Takes too much time. Better off just clearing the map ASAP and then running back through, like most people do their Nemesis farming, I think. Most people, right? Most people clear it and then come back and pick up later. It's really stressful to try to like pick up Nemesis 3 currency while you're trying to keep your headhunter buffs and stuff up. Very stressful, not fun at all. There's that loot explosion. Where the hell I got 3 fertile catalysts from? Oh, I got a nurse card from the Alva incursion. Hey, I got a nurse card. Not even from the Scourge realm, but hey. Oh, so far in the race against Exalted Orbs versus Nurse Card. Nurse Card holds ahead at the beginning of the race. And the Nurse Card's in first place. 1-0. Where am I getting these catalysts from? I don't understand. Be a good chance for the Exalted Orbs to put a little catch up here. Oh, a boss! Not scared at all. Oh, an Exalted Orb coming up behind is caught up with Nurse Card. 1-1. Exciting. It's already a good map if I got one of each. Can't really expect more than one of each in one of these maps. I think that's kind of the goal. With the map I'm running right now, the goal is to get at least one Exalted Orb and one Nurse Card per map. But actually, I take that back. No, you can't expect one Nurse Card per map. You can hope, marginally expect for one Exalt per map, but you can't expect one in Nurse, because the pack size is not high enough. This particular setup is a bit oriented in more in favor of Nemesis 3 than it is in Nurse Cards farming. Couple of awakened Sextants there. Moving on to floor number 3, which one will drop next? Will it be a Nurse Card or an Exalted Orb? We don't know. Or a decent value cluster jewel, I guess. That's a lot of monsters. My whole screen's giving up. What is this? Attack damage while holding a shield. Yeah, that's a good one. Roll that one. Can roll that into 50 chaos item pretty easily. Oh. Not seeing many sixlings, actually. Oh, wow, that pack size. Oh, and Nurse Card instantly off the Scourge realm as the player almost dies. Let's see what Alva can do. Maybe Alva will give me my second Exalted Orb. Finally, we got an entertaining map. Getting real drops. Yeah. pick up? Guess I did. Will the loot explosion give me something? No. Nothing from the loot explosion. Sea jacks. Map's almost finished. Looks like Nurse Guard's gonna win this race. Despite the odds, Exalted Orbs had the advantage here. In my opinion. Oh! Where's the Beyond guy at? Few more free monster kills. Oh. Venus touch. Uh-oh. Tell me I got a Beyond guy somewhere. I may have just lost my map there. Okay, time for the looting. Now sit back and relax. Pick up your loot. The Nurse, number 1. No, number 2, actually.
I'm not up to that
Earlier.
just yet.
I need to kill a monster so I can go in the Scourge realm again. What? That didn't count? Okay, this will. Yeah, alright. Here we go. Any more drops? Oh, it's done. That's pretty open. Pretty sure that's done. Based on what I said in part 1, that probably means the map is completely finished. Oh, I was dropping Catalyst because it spawned a Catalyst delirium. Duh. Forgot about that. A lot of awakened Sextants on this map. Our one and only Exalted Orb of the map. Curious how many simulacrum splinters I found, especially with that boss kill. Well, 2 divine orbs dropped. That's why I didn't get any, or that's why I didn't get enough exalted orbs. It turned out divine instead. There she is. A nurse right off the bat. Broke.
That would only slow me down.
Bad run. Exactly enough backspace for 1 round. That's pretty cool. An excellent result from that map. Clear, easily the best map of the session so far. And also a decent cluster jewel plus a soul taker, which is worth 30 chaos nowadays. Apparently. And I will roll this cluster some other time. Alright, we got one more map left to do in part 2, and unfortunately I have to buy some scarabs. Because I am out. I'm completely out. It is also a Nemesis 3 with a Delirium Mirror and a Strongbox and unique monsters. Because, Delirium Mirror, because it is a corrupted 8 mod. In which case, this will be, like last map, a competition between the nurse cards and Exalted Orb dropped. But this time, the nurse cards actually have the advantage, whereas they won in the previous map already. So, I don't know what that means for, I guess, Exalted Orbs are going to have a hard time winning that one. Let's see what scarabs I need to buy. Okay, I need to buy Gilded Divination. I need to buy Polished Reliquary. And that's it. Well, sorry, this video is gonna add a little bit of extra time for that. Oh. Do not disturb mode. That can go. Oh my god, First Whisper. First Whisper? No way. 175, right? 175, yep. Can you believe that? First Whisper. And I made this, getting to make the currency trade. Must be a bot. Has to be a bot. No other way. It's actually a good rate. It's like 34 chaos per. That's really cheap. Compared to, I was buying them like 40 chaos per. Okay, that's covered. I just need literally one reliquary scarab. More than one. Well, I will try this. 39 for 267. Polished reliquary scarabs are still pretty cheap. I've been contemplating going up to Gilded Reliquary, but I don't think it's worth it. Probably not worth it. Yeah, unfortunately that guy's not making a trade. Second Whisper. What? Oh. First Whisper. Okay, this is actually an excellent rate again. I bought scarabs off this guy very shortly ago. This is a bot that actually puts things up at like 90% market value. And has like 6 people in his party constantly. Just trading like every second. I don't know, I guess it's just some kind of flipper. Stream's been going on 3 hours and 20 minutes. This is gonna be a hell of a video. I seriously doubt people are gonna watch this all the way through. I'm gonna load this on YouTube. I'm gonna see what happens if people actually watch this all the way through, because there's a lot of value spread throughout this. Maybe people aren't gonna be that interested in seeing every little bit of every run, and I understand that. But hopefully, with the timestamps listed in, it will work out nicely. Of course, I gotta wait my turn. There's only like 4 people in line ahead of me. He's doing like full inventory trades with everybody. Sorry, folks. I'm trying to conclude part 2, but I got stopped by the trade boss. It was my fault. I thought I prepared everything in full. Of course, there's at least one thing I didn't prepare in full. But I hope he didn't forget about me. I have a feeling that. Oh my god. Hey, 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 hey. Okay. Oh my god, what server is this? Is this Brazil? Jeez. Alright. I'll thank the bot for his time. As redundant as that may be. Okay, let's look back here. We got everything set up right, and this is actually one of my favorite maps to run right here. It's really quite enjoyable. It's because I'm actually doing the Delirium Mirror, and I got to do it in time. So, for some reason, the Delirium Mirror didn't spawn, I don't think, on any of my maps. It's going to spawn this map, one way or another. So, let's do it. See if I can make it all the way through. Ooh, and I got the twins. Well, if the Exalted Orbs definitely got a boost in their opportunity here with the twins proc. Okay. I got Alva and the twins. And I may just get raw Exalted Orbs too. That's always a possibility. Holy crap. Oh, shit. Oh, God. That was scary. I didn't know the terrain. I didn't watch. Look at the mini-map well enough. I would have crapped my pants on hardcore right there. This was hardcore. Okay, in the clear. It's really unlucky with Alva being on the first floor. The reason it's unlucky is because these monsters being on the first floor do not drop hardly any simulacrum splinters, whereas if they're on the last floor or somewhere towards the end, they will drop a lot of simulacrum splinters. I've had maps drop as many as 80 simulacrum splinters at T10, but that's absolutely not going to happen this time. I'll be lucky to get maybe... Are you kidding me? Maybe 50? It makes that big. It makes that much difference, actually, because Alva spawns so damn close to the mirror. Now, I didn't mention one thing I could have done was swapped my Atlas passives over to Harbinger and then Harbinger, but I'm just not going to mess with that. It's not a bad idea to do that, though, for actually running Nemesis 3 in conjunction with actually finding the tower. See, Alva, there's no Scourge monsters where Alva are. It's going to be hardly any Scourge monsters on this floor at all, whereas the backside's actually pretty thick along the edges, but here in the middle where Alva spawned, it's almost completely vacant, and I would have normally gotten well over 70 stacks there, but as it turns out, I only got right at 70 stacks. Actually, kind of surprised I got that many. I do not have an abyss or any type of mechanic that will pause the mirror at this point, so it means I gotta fly through this map. This is what makes it fun. Like, I gotta really fly through the map. I gotta really try to clear the whole realm in one push, like I'm doing right now. Hopefully not die. Looks like I succeeded at that. Like if I was watching this stream, this would easily be the most entertaining map to watch right here. This one. See if the player can actually finish the deli mirror in time. Actually, I forgot to clear this portion here. Nothing there. Lost a few seconds there. I didn't quite see the edge of the mirror, so that's good. This is the worst layout of the third room for deli mirrors, but fine. We got one nurse card dropped already. Couldn't do it.
My mana is gone.
Doing strong boxes does not pause the mirror, FYI, in case anyone thought it did. Oh, terrible teleport there. Still looking pretty good on the mirror. So long as I don't die, I should clear the whole mirror. No, an Exalted Orb drop. I saw the edge of the mirror, so it looks like I'm not going to quite clear the whole thing. Nope. Okay. I got over half of the final floor done, so that's decent. Yeah, 48 simulacrum splinters. I suggested I'd probably get about 50 if I did the whole floor. Just got a second Exalted Orb actually there, so that's cool. That came out nicely there. We're gonna have a few free Scourge remaining on the map. So both of the Nemesis maps actually turned out well. They, ironically, they were the only maps recently that even dropped nurse cards, even though they're a separate strategy. Kind of funny. I've not seen a single big unique drop. Yesterday I had I had a couple inspired learnings. I had a what's that one that the Scions use? I can't remember what it's called. 3.5x Viridian Jewel. Forgot its name. Had two of those drop in the past 2 days, actually.
I'm not up to that just yet.
Always gotta leave the jewels open to see them. Got a Iron Fortress is a decent Cobalt jewel that can drop. The Cobalt is the weakest one overall. I don't think there's any really big Cobalt jewels.
My mana is gone.
Ah, yeah. Still some unique monsters left. Oh, nice. I can still go in. There we go. Let's see. Nope. None spawn there. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're finished. Oh god, he's mad. A lot of awakened sextants. Well, there's a lot of rares on this map. The looting is not too bad. If I made my filter even more strict. Ah, thank you, Moshi Moshi. Yes, unnatural instinct is the jewel I was trying to think of earlier.
That would only slow me
That's
down.
the one. Slipped in my mind.
I'm not up to that just yet.
Alright.
Greetings.
I can't get any decent Sadima's touch. To avoid being shocked? I don't think so. No, it's not worth anything.
Journey well.
So 2 Exalted Orbs and 1 Nurse card and a Saint's Treasure. Just randomly off of the Divination Award off the Deli Mirror. Deli Mirrors offer a lot of rewards beyond what you just take for granted easily. What they give, especially if you can actually complete the map. The rewards are significant, for sure. Double unusual gems off of that map as well.
My mana is gone.
Hello. Journey well.
Okay, we have basically concluded part 2, and in having done so, I managed to cook myself up like one of the particular maps that I ran, just like it. It is a low quantity Nemesis map that happened to cook up really nicely. 4 scarabs, 10 basic currency, 1 stack of Legion on 1, 3 abyss jewels, 2 scarabs, and 5 tainted currencies on the other. Definitely worth running, even with the less than favorable shift modifiers that these have, and the somewhat challenging shift modifier 12,000 fire damage taken when I shift upon reaching maximum blood. So 12,000 is fine. I can manage that number. That's not outside the reach of what I can handle. So I will run those later, and not part of this test. It's just the result of cooking them, like I suggested. Moving on to part 3. Part 3. I mentioned earlier that basically 2 different types of maps that you should probably cook in there. So when you're rolling your maps, quite often you run into Nemesis with mediocre quantity. Not something you want to run. That's a really great candidate for something to put in the cooker to see if you get a great Scourge reward. The other option is to actually crangle some of your premium maps that you would like to run in hopes that they hit the 1 in 5 chance
I'm not up to
of
that
being
just yet.
this particular modifier here. If they do, they're super juicy, and you have the opportunity, the legit opportunity to run things like winged scarabs, and just kind of, you know, go all out, really expensive Watchstones, Sextants and stuff, and it could be well worth that, because a high pack size combined with gain exposure to corrupted stacks twice as frequently is going to result in massive loot throughout the whole map, not just the final floor. So that's what I'm going to do now. For starting part 3, I am attempting to cook the maps here. The nice thing is, if they hit this modifier, shifting modifier, where you the one that makes you drain life and energy shield when you go in, but you're still allowed to control the shift, and you get the bonus monsters when you shift in. That's perfectly satisfactory to treat as a regular map. Plus, it might come with good rewards, such as the one I have right here, actually. So this one actually has 2 scarabs, and I'm not running this map for the scarabs. Like, that's not that's not part of why I'm running this map. This is just a great map in general, but the scarabs are total bonus to it. So we're going to get into running all of these maps. There's 5 different maps. Once again, I'm going to run with the normal scarabs that you see here. I kept the scarabs kind of the same all the way through. And we're going to go from left to right, from worst to best. The worst map that you can run, in my opinion, if you're juicing on any level at all, is this one. Often shift into the nightmare and killing a rare or unique enemy, which means you're shifting in constantly, on cooldown. Every second, basically, because you're spawning beyond everywhere, beyond rare monsters, beyond bosses. I mean, there's stuff coming. The second you open a strong box, boom, you shift. It's just constantly, almost not ever not shifting. All 5 of these maps are 8 modded maps results, so they're all somewhat dangerous. I did try to go out of my way to pick mods that are particularly dangerous combinations of mods. I didn't hit everything I hoped to find here, but let's take a look at this one here. What is this map all about? Well, I can tell you right off the bat that if I spawn a Beyond boss on this map, I'm not killing it. It's impossible, because monsters in Nightmare regenerate 40% of their life per second. If you've ever done a Scourge map, you ran into a Scourge boss and he seemed invincible, like he didn't take any damage, this is why. It's not that he didn't take any damage, it's that he's out healing your damage. Even at like 10% life per second, Beyond boss is probably going to survive easily. On top of 40% life per second, the monsters take 27% less damage. So if I wasn't doing a lot of damage in general, this map would be kind of hard, actually. And if my damage was dependent on my movement speed, this would be even harder. So I mean, this map actually looks really hard for like a low-geared melee character. Would have a hard time getting through this map because the monsters are extra tanky and you're extra slow. Fortunately, the 60% reduced movement speed modifier, while it sounds scary as hell, it doesn't matter. I mean, it could be double that. It could be 120% reduced movement speed. Wouldn't matter on a raider because it's additive. It's not its own multiplier. It's additive. So, which means, if we look here, if we look at my movement speed modifier, which is on the defense side, I have 121% faster movement speed.
I'm not up to that just yet.
So, when we do this map, and I'm going to spawn ANR because like I said in part 2, out of all of these different master missions that could randomly spawn, 4 of them block Scourge monsters in a pretty significant way. One does not. The one that does not is ANR. You're probably just sitting on ANR missions anyway. Go ahead and run them if you don't want to block the map, which I certainly don't with this one, because I get 7 additional stacked decks on this map and 2 additional maps. So this is actually I didn't realize this was actually a phenomenal Scourge reward map. I'm not running. I didn't pick this map for the Scourge reward. This is not what this is about. This is about the downside Scourge modifiers. It's about the shift modifier. It's about how to handle running each individual type of Scourge map. So first on the list is the most annoying one: shift into the nightmare, killing rare and unique enemies. And we're gonna go. Everything's set up. Okay, it is a T10. They're all T10s. I did not spawn a prophecy. 121% movement speed, right? Let's see what I have the second I enter in here. Oh, I gotta enter the Scourge realm first, don't I? Alright, hold on. Okay, it says I have 117% movement speed. That's probably because I have Headhunter buffs. Well, okay, it's kind of hard to do that here. Maybe if I... Oh, I saw it go down to 30%. I don't know if you saw that, but right before it shifted here, it went down to 30%. I think. No? No, I'm mistaken. It was blocked up thing. Movement speed down to 93% now. I don't know. It's moving all over the place because I have Headhunter buffs. I got Rampage somewhere in the mix. I got, I don't know. My character is geared towards having insane movement speed, so it's kind of hard for me to test this, but suffice to say, if you have really any bonus movement speed on your character whatsoever, you're not even going to feel that modifier. It's going to feel like nothing. Not a big deal at all. Now, usually, I would say the best thing to do on a Scourge map is to clear all the map and then come back and pick up the loot later. However, this particular Scourge modifier, as well as the next map I do, so annoying. It sticks you, keeps throwing you in. It just trying to keep up your Headhunter buffs is not really a thing, and probably going to clear the map more efficiently if you just go ahead and pick up the loot on the way through. Probably the smartest decision here. I have a choice. I could run and clear this map right now, but it would altogether be less efficient because I'm just going to keep getting thrown into the damn thing over and over again. So I might as well treat this map as if I'm kind of moving more slowly. Surprised I didn't get thrown in yet. Okay, second I open this up, boom, get sent in. That was a little delayed, actually. Had a uniquely long period of time with no rare monsters or unique monsters killed. Very strange. But this map is not dangerous, like, in any way. The mobs are extra tanky. I don't know if you're able to tell they're extra tanky. Me actually playing this character, I can tell they're a little bit extra tanky, but it's not too bad. Once again, I found an excellent map here. Wow, 42% max stats. Straight off. Must have been from a unique boss who dropped corrupted items. Have I made the case well enough now to use that Sextant? Because it's pretty damn good. It has gone up in value, though. People use it in Nemesis 3 farming. Actually, did I? Hold on. Yeah. Okay, I'm just getting shoved in the realm just constantly. It's like the moment I kill anything, it's... Oh, get sent in right there. Okay. Go ahead and pick up the loot. It's really hard to keep Rampage up through all this. I think the only reason it didn't kick me in there is because I actually beat the cooldown on it. There's about a 1.5 second cooldown on getting thrown in. But this is about the best I can do. I mean, this is about the fastest I can run it. Definitely want to be picking up loot while in the Scourge realm. Don't want to be doing it outside. That's a general rule, by the way. Pretty typical. Okay. Probably shouldn't have even cleared that much. Should have just gone out and let it boot me in straight here like this. Okay. Alright, fine. out. I am moving a bit slower, you can see, like a bit slower than the other ones. Partly because I'm not getting many stacks of headhunter buffs, but partly because I am moving 60% more slowly. But that's fine, easy does it. I'll take it for 7 scarab stacks. Definitely. I'll go ahead and run this here just so you can see it. I guess this actually is worth doing considering the rewards are pretty good. It's gonna actually be annoying to kill this Metamorph probably because he doesn't exist in the Scourge realm. The second I kill his ally, it shoots me back off. It's gonna do it again. There it is. Do it again. Out. I don't even want to be in the Scourge realm. Okay. And it's done. Apparently left a beast alive. Anyway, the map's done. Got through it pretty easily. Not a big deal. Let's see what the Scourge hit is. We got shift amount eating maximum blood. Not good. Killing unique enemy with physical damage. That's really bad. This is actually terrible. I will go ahead and run one more map with these, just in case they hit scarabs. But otherwise, I'm probably... with these maps, I think the best thing to do is probably try to sell them for like 10 or 20 C a piece. If they come out in a way I don't want to run them. Which is going to be the case. Okay, so I hit a lot of stacked decks again. Might as well do this. Okay, you know, I don't mind. See if I hit anything big. I like rolling my own stacked decks. That's how I roll. Auto resolve. Huh. Maybe connections. Chaotic disposition again. Running out of room to throw things on the ground. There's a bunch of stuff on the ground here, so I don't know what this is worth. Oh, that's worth 30 plus chaos. Okay. Still coming out behind on this unless he's hit something big. Terrible place to do that. Okay, once again came out behind on these tactics. Oh, well. I come out ahead sometimes too, so.
Greetings. Farewell.
I think on average come out behind though. I mean, it only makes sense, right? People like gambling. Okay, we are moving on to the next map. The next map is the second worst map. It is only shift into the nightmare upon reaching maximum blood. Scourge rewards are meh. Expedition currency is actually really good. I got 2 of those. Breach splinters. Okay. And what are the downsides here? Monsters in Nightmare have 140% more maximum life. That's going to make them a fair bit tankier. Monsters in Nightmare take 9% less damage. Okay. Monsters in Nightmare deal 100% more damage. Well, now I'm going to be looking at the high possibility of death on the last floor. Because that is... that's a lot of damage. Run A&R again. I might have forgot to put the twins in last time. Putting the twins in here is a little bit questionable, but yeah, for tainted currency, I guess it's worth it. I mean, for expedition currency. It's a pretty good reward. I'm free to move very quickly. Maximum blood. Well, not now maximum blood. So I actually get shoved in and out of the Scourge realm because it drains you really quick whenever you're killing stuff in the Scourge realm. And this particular Scourge realm was extremely juicy, actually. Oh, yeah, 80 stacks without any free monsters kills. That's quite impressive. Wow, that's really good loot there. Take that. Keep getting that same cobalt jewel. Every expedition currency nowadays is worth a decent amount, except Rogs. I'm not even sure what killed me. I was too busy looking at loot. Unusual gems with 4 wings. Jeez. Okay, another high value.
I'm not up to that just yet.
Oh, you can feel the tankiness on them. Ooh. Ooh, okay. Yeah, I see. This is actually going to be a little bit challenging because the combination of just how much extra life they have with how much extra damage they have is going to be particularly interesting towards the end of this map. Already at 150 stacks, I'm feeling the pain. Oh my god. Died anyway. Well, I only have 3 portals left, and I'm not even halfway through the map, so that's a problem. I have to change my strategy now. I have the wrong strategy because I didn't expect this to happen, actually. What happened is, this map is a lot more dangerous than I realized. So I'm gonna pick up loot on the first 2 floors. And I'm gonna play it a little bit extra safe. Stay at range. Everything's fine, okay. And for the 3rd and 4th floor, again, this is real time. I didn't realize this is actually going to be that hard. 3rd and 4th floor. Kind of. And okay, I don't care about the harvest right now. The 3rd and 4th floor, I'm going to skip the loot. And I'm just gonna power through this. The reason I'm doing it this way is because I want to keep my headhunter buffs as high as possible. It's not as bad as the first map I did, shift modifiers, shifting in and out constantly. Notice now I have 13 headhunter buffs. I'm starting to get a decent number. It's gonna help keep me alive. Still keeping my rampage up. And I don't want to mess around with this map anymore. Because now, at this point, quite high chance of dying. Just the monsters sneeze on me, I might die. And you see kind of my movement is sort of zigzagging, trying to find holes in the monsters. There they are. The end of the map, I can't just shift back out. I gotta make sure I finish this map, so I'm gonna go through and try to grind it through the end. Okay, there we go. Okay, I played that really smart there at the end. Headhunter is a great enabler like that. And the map's done. There's no extra monsters anywhere. It's done. See what I got here. Breach splinters and a map. Unique items and catalyst. Yeah. Oh, pretty bad. I'm just going to try to sell these 2 maps. And we'll cook some more. What? Okay. Chest is locked. It said it's locked. What? Okay. What is this? I don't even recognize this item. Fractum? That's some weird item. Apparently it's not worth anything. I don't know why it's on my loot filter. Ah, I still got a harvest to do, don't I? Hey boy. Looks like I'll finish this map with the harvest.
This way, exile.
Sacrifice divination card. Oh, yeah. Okay. That's a bunch of nothing.
Just yet.
Oh, I got a Retchie card, at least.
My mind is
Alright.
gone.
Mortal Fragment, okay, sure. Oh, that's good. Anything used for that? Forgot if that's a keeper or not. It doesn't look like it. Or Shock and Storm Drinker. Oh, this is good. 50 chaos. Or so. No, I don't have another one about. Actually, I want to save those. Physical damage over time multiplier. Huh. Okay. I think this is what we do. Nope. Oh, I think this one might be a good one. Yep. 70 chaos. What about this? Yep. Yep. Done. Sure, I'll save it, I guess. Decent results from the Harvest Cluster Jewel crafting. That's a 70-ish. 70-ish. 50-ish.
Hello.
Reduce cold damage taken.
Go with courage.
Okay, that was map number 2. Map number 2 is done. I have these maps that I tried to cook. They came out bad. I have 2 more to throw in. Okay, this one is middle of the road. Shift in and out of the nightmare randomly. With the only tainted currency as a decent reward. Okay, so this one, I believe, if I have no buffs rolling, I will die when it shifts me in. Because 6,000 physical damage taken. I don't think I have the health pool and physical damage reduction to take that without any buffs. Like, no flasks rolling, no nothing. So I just need to make sure, you know, I'm moving. And I'm going to run this map kind of like it's normal. I don't really want
I'm not up to that.
Let me tell your future.
this to proc this time. The reward's not good enough. Again, I'm not really running this to show the rewards. I'm running it to show the kind of the challenge of it. The downsides. Cannot shift into the nightmare, no choice. Okay, that went in.
My mana is low.
Oh. Boss. Now, can shift in the nightmare randomly actually does shift you out while you're fighting a boss, by the way, in case you weren't aware. It's super annoying that it does that. But, that's how it is. Monstrous treasure spawned on this map. Front-loaded the strong boxes on this map. They're all in the beginning. Now, once you get to this shift modifier, you can pretend it's a regular map, and you can choose whether or not you want to run and pick up loot along the way, or just clear it. Usually, especially if you have anything to pick up Scourge reward-wise, probably just gonna want to run it. And, almost died a couple times there. Yeah, I'm all the way back here. That was a long time in that. Interesting. It's like no monsters in the regular realm, but there's a ton in the Scourge realm. Works for me. Okay, I've made it back up to where I was in the Scourge realm. It's probably going to shift me anytime. Maybe it will make me wait to this map. I'm actually going to clear out this way. It's actually really unfortunate if I die right now. I may not be able to force shift back in very easily. It's really unfortunate I didn't quite clear that realm there at the end, because I still have to go run backwards. So I need to keep my... Oh dear, I didn't actually finish that. That's a little unfortunate. Usually that doesn't happen, but I mean that can happen because
I'm not up to that just yet.
I just hadn't quite done the map. I've done virtually all of it after this point. Huh. Okay. Well. There's only one tiny little platform I haven't done yet. I maybe won't get to do it. Oh, wow. Caustic air, ladies and gentlemen. We're all dead. Okay.
Hello.
Apparently there's only like 3 monsters left alive there.
Farewell.
But they killed me anyway. What? What? Wow. So I think I had Immortal Call up when it shifted me there, and that's why I survived.
My mana is gone.
But if it tries to shift me back when my Immortal Call is down, say goodbye. Shift me now. No, don't shift me yet, don't shift me yet, don't shift me yet. Okay, shift me now. Shift me now. Ugh. I don't know if that's that worked or not. I forgot to say, picking up the loot for the random shifts after is actually really annoying because of this. I'm having to run back again and again to where I was just to pick up the loot. Quite annoying. Okay, actually, on second thought, I think I do survive, even if I don't have any buffs up, because that time I didn't take hardly any damage. Another good reason to have a really fast-moving character like Raider, Permanent Onslaught. Busted Onslaught. Oh, monster's still alive here.
That was a hunch. Forget. You're welcome. Goodbye.
I'm not up to that just yet.
Mostly just tainted currency. Yeah. Okay. Got through that. That map was a little bit annoying, especially returning to pick up stuff.
Farewell.
No, we got through it. The what you just saw there is the reason why I don't want to just run any map. Why the maps I'm cooking up, I just want to sell if they don't hit one of these two modifiers where I can control everything. All right, so fourth map. This is where it gets more enjoyable because I can actually control. When I shift in, I get all the Scourge monsters, the free ones that spawn when you enter the Scourge realm, up to 70 to 80 stacks. And but this one has a particularly nasty downside. 18,000 lightning damage when you shift in to or out of the nightmare. Players have a 120% chance to minus chance to spell suppress damage. That doesn't mean anything to me because I already have only 10%. But that could be nasty if you were otherwise capped and then at 0. I don't know if spell suppression counts for the shift. Like, does spell suppression stop the 18,000 lightning damage? I actually don't know the answer to that. Maybe somebody in the comments could say. My question to you. Now I'm hoping the twins procs. If it does, that would be great. If it doesn't, okay. It didn't. No biggie. And if you're just tuning into the stream here, this is a very in-depth, deep dive into, various different ways to do magic finding in the tower. I just tried to shift in like regular, and I died instantly. That's because I took 18,000 lightning damage, and I didn't have enough defense at that moment to survive. Now, what do I have to do to survive it? What I need to do is I need to make sure my Immortal Call is up, because I take way less damage during Immortal Call. Oh. I messed up. Good, you're seeing this. You're able to see about it. So why did I just die there? Well, I died because this particular map type makes you take damage while at full Scourge thing. So I cannot just run around the map with a full Scourge bar, or I'll drain my life. And I can't shift in unless I'm at absolute full life with Immortal Call up, or at least a lot of Headhunter buffs. So now I have to think really hard about how I'm going to do this map. I knew this would be the hardest map of all that I have here, based on the downsides. So the second I start moving, it's going to drain my life. So I need to move very quickly. See my life draining. I don't have a healing potion. I'm going to rely on my leech from...
My mana is gone.
Wait for Immortal Call. I'm waiting. Why is Immortal Call not going on? There we go. Immortal Call. Boom. Shift in. I went all the way down to like 10% life when I shifted in. Now I'm on a timer here. I can't just stay in forever. So I'm gonna wait until shift in. Okay. For some reason my health didn't even move down. Not sure why. Ah, damn. Got Scourge rewards. Makes it extra tricky because I got to pick up Scourge rewards. Okay, I'm going to wait for that. There we go. Okay, with the Mortal Call, I only took about 60 to 70% of my health. This is the only time I don't take damage here. It's either in the Scourge realm or underneath here. So I need to kind of try and stay below the halfway point, especially when I'm not killing stuff actively. Now, I can approach that by just killing stuff constantly and never have to worry about it, but then my problem is, well, how do I go about looting? Because I gotta loot stuff, right? Okay, Waited for my immortal call again, and then shifted out. Immortal calls up again. I'll go ahead and shift in. Okay, immortal call up. And this is why I like immortal call on the left click, because I can handle this precarious situation pretty well. Okay, I just straight up died from the monsters there. I was in a really bad spot there. A little bit surprised I died from the monsters.
Hello. Keep your life to your own.
Let's see what these maps are. We got Shift Nightmare, Random... Oh my god. Wow, I just keep hitting terrible stuff. This is another awful map. And honestly, this one... Fractured items, I don't want to deal with that either. Again, so I've now cooked up... attempted to cook up 4 maps that all ended up terribly. So those are going away. Oh, maxed out my thing. Now I need to pull a couple more big maps out here. Let's see, I want really high pack size if I can. Preferably high pack and quantity like that. Wow, okay, that's a big one. That one. High rolling this here, really hoping to get gain double Scourge, or Scourge stacks twice as fast on those. I will settle for drain life. As long as I can get the maximum Scourge stacks, that's fine.
I'm not up to that just yet.
Okay, here's a really interesting point that's about to happen here. So, as you know, I've cleared the map, right? I cleared the map all the way to the end of this floor, and my portal is so far away that if I try to just, you know, bust my ass and get all the way to the end, I'm probably going to die from drained life. So the second I move, my life starts draining. What am I going to do? I am going to literally left click and enter the Scourge realm.
My mana is gone.
Get my free stacks. Well, why did I do that? It's because I can't cross the map with my Scourge thing. I need to make sure I have it up again. Okay, there. I would have died there if I didn't make sure I had a mortal call up on the switch back out. And now I can walk across the map relatively safely. However, I did just trigger that, which is a problem. Okay, this is a problem. See, this is a problem. Now I gotta like try and, you know, if I had a healing potion, that'd be fine. I don't have a healing potion, so here's what I'm gonna do. I don't know why my life is draining right now. Stupid. Okay. Just want to shift back out. Oh, I forgot to make sure I still have loot to pick up on the other side. I really want to pick up that loot. I can do it this way, I guess. Oh! Oh yeah, there's those monsters that killed me before are still there. They're particularly bad monsters, aren't they? Shit. This map has scarab rewards. I really don't want to throw this map away. Only 2 portals left, huh? This is called cutting it close. Cutting it very close. I think I'm going to have to bite the bullet and actually skip those monsters. The monsters that are right here that have killed me twice, I'm actually going to skip them. Because it's not worth trying to go all the way back there for that. I will probably die trying to get back there in some way, shape, or form. I'll die. So I just got to move forward through the map. I'm going to take a different approach for the rest of the map. I'm going to try to clear it and keep my headhunter buffs up high. I will try to loot after. It's really annoying to loot with this modifier because... Oh, damn. Okay. I waited too long. My immortal call dropped off the second I clicked in.
I'm not up to that just yet.
Okay. Last portal. This is what champions are made of. Oh wait. I can't because I'm dead. Well, I made a critical error. No, I can't because I moved and I forgot I had to get the thing. So, map done. Map lost. So I lost that map, and that's really unfortunate. So don't be like me and take a map that makes you take a ton of damage when you enter in, plus drains you without you know, having planned it ahead of time accordingly. You could tell the way I was doing that map. It was certainly possible for me to do that map. It was absolutely possible. I just goofed it up and failed to do it. Completely my fault. Especially that last death. I mean, I was sitting there like, okay, I know exactly what to do, and then I totally forgot about the first step. Okay, we just have to wipe that one off and go into the last part, which is going to be maybe the most entertaining part of the stream, which is, I believe, right here. So we have the creme de creme, the best map you could possibly ever want, minus Nemesis and beyond on it, but that's not there. Aside from those two things, super high pack size with super high quantity, gain exposed to corruption stacks twice as frequently, and this is a golden opportunity to juice the shit out of this. I want to see what happens here. So this map, like I said before, you know, I'm trying to juice these maps up. We'll see what these come out to after this map. And I think that this particular shift modifier on a map with this much quantity and pack size is worth at least 1 Exalt. This map, right here, right now, is worth at least 1 Exalt. And that's not even counting the Scourge rewards. Not even counting them. That's like bonus or whatever. If I was running a 6-man party doing tower magnifying farming, this is exactly the map I would want. And I'm kind of going to run this like a 6-man party would run it, except solo. What do I mean by that? Well, I mean I'm running these scarabs. I'm doing these winged scarabs, 4 winged scarabs. I'm doing my same strategy as usual. I'm doing the same sextants as normal. I'm doing strong box, so that's why I'm going 9 additional strong boxes. This scarab right here, it costs 40 to 45 chaos. Winged reliquary scarab. Sorry. Winged reliquary scarab, 110 chaos. Winged divination scarab, 105 chaos. Winged cartography scarab, 20 chaos. Okay. Why am I running a cartography scarab? You know, I could run like an abyss scarab, or I could switch over to harbinger scarab or something. You know what? The strategy here is like 100% about getting as much juice as I can from the Scourge realm. I don't really care about the regular realm. So abyss, breach, harbinger, that is like a flick into the wind. It's barely anything compared to what this map offers with the Scourge realm. This map is all about the Scourge realm. So why not use a scarab that is influenced by the Scourge realm? This scarab is going to increase the amount of maps that drop dramatically, I presume. Divination card. It's the same principle as doing, you know, these two here. They're really expensive. Why not go ahead and do it for maps as well? I mean, what are the other options? What else am I going to run that's going to really impact the Scourge realm? It's not like I need more juice on the regular realm to get into the Scourge realm. There's plenty there. I will clear this whole Scourge map, assuming I don't fail the map. Strongbox is a good option because I'm still benefiting from the massive amount of uniques and divination cards with a 600% increased item quantity modifier. I think it's a terrific synergy there. It's kind of in tangent with it. A Mirror of Delirium, because there's no other There's no other sextant that puts more monsters on the map, so that is a sextant that's putting monsters on the map. Unique monsters drop corrupted items, and it's probably one of the better things I could run on that. And then 35% increased magic pack size. Why am I running this? Well, because there's only 2 sextants that directly impact the Scourge realm. It's this one and where is it? This one. Increased pack size in unidentified maps. So, of course, 100% I would use this sextant if this was an unidentified map. It's not unidentified. So, my only other option is magic pack size. This will boost the Scourge realm directly. Yeah. And instead of running my magic watchstone, I'm going to go ahead and front even more value and put in the misinformation for the massive pack size and quantity and rarity boost that offers for the whole map, especially the Scourge realm. So what is this investment? That's a big question, right? What is the investment here? So I think this map is worth about 1x. Now, of course, it didn't cost me anything because I cooked it myself. But if you tried to buy this, you're talking about 1x plus, I think. Misinformation is like 3x for, you know, not looking at how many uses it is, really, at least 4 uses. It's 3x, and a delirium mirror itself for 4 uses is probably about 2 or 3x as well. So for one usage, for just one usage, this is probably about half an Exalt. This Watchstone with this sextant, probably about half an Exalt for one use. This is pretty expensive these days, so 2 Exalts, but for the Watchstone itself is about 2.5x, and then maybe 3x for 20%. Then unique monsters drop corrupt items, another 2x, so it's about 5x there. So you're looking at one use. This is maybe around, that's for 16 uses. So for one use, maybe it's just around a quarter of an Exalt. These two, much less so. The raw, neither of these sextants are actually that expensive, surprisingly, even this one. And the Watchstones are some of the cheaper ones. Together, these are worth maybe half an Exalt. You're looking at around 1 Exalt per Watchstone sextant setup per use. Okay, per use. So the map and the Watchstone sextant together about 2x per one use. The scarabs altogether are looking around 2x because the divination and reliquary are almost an x each, and then the ambush and the cartography push it over the edge to be about 2 Exalts apiece. So total investment cost on this map alone is about 4 exalted orbs. This is a 4x investment. This is really about as hard as you can do. I can't. I mean, obviously I could use like a winged abyss scarab and it would cost more, but that wouldn't really help my loot very much. Yeah, this is about as hard as you can possibly go. And I'm gonna run this, and we're gonna see what happens. Do I want the twins? Do I want the twins? I guess because it will actually put extra Scourge monsters on the map. So I guess just 4 delirium splinters. Yeah. What am I gonna run? Am I gonna run Alva? No. No, hell no. This is all about the Scourge realm. I don't want any of these other masters to spawn. We're gonna throw A&R on there to make sure they do not. And that is what we're doing. Beyond, of course. We're going. Oh, I got the best. I got the best one. I got the Tempest. Okay. Tempest proc. This is gonna be juicy as hell. Fire is fine. I don't think it's gonna be a problem.
Hello.
Pull this out. So welcome to the grand finale of part 3 and the whole video together. This stream has been open for 4.5 hours. And I will upload this whole thing actually, in case anybody wants to watch it. What do we have here? We have in our possession 112% increased pack size with 166 rarity, 281% quantity of items, and a whole massive slew of stuff. Negative modifiers that may impact me on this map. Players have minus 90% physical damage reduction while in the nightmare. Ooh, that sounds kind of bad. Monsters deal 60% more damage. Sounds really bad. That combination. Monsters in Nightmare regenerate 10% life per second. That's nothing unless I run into a boss. I'm going to get one shot like crazy on this map. I'm a little bit concerned. I'm very concerned about being able to complete the Delirium mirror on this map. I'm a little bit concerned about completing the map in 6 portals. But I'm going to try. Everything's set. Basically, I'm just going to fly through this. Just going to try to do my best. Do my damnedest. Monsters are going to do a lot of damage in the Scourge realm, even at very low stack count. Absolutely going to fly through this map and loot later for multiple reasons. 1, for the Headhunter buffs to remain. 2, because I got a Delirium Mirror. And 3, because the monsters... I lose stacks over time. Because that's the one negative side effect. Not really a side effect. I wasn't sure if I cleared that all or not. Guess I did. I could have died right there, actually. I don't really care about the red beast. Oh god. I definitely feel like I could die at any second. I'm hugging the wall. Trying to be smart about how I run through the monsters. I died right there. That's early. That's an early death. This is a unique situation where if I really cared about completing the map, I might actually want to let the Delirium Mirror expire on its own. I'm not going to do that though. I want to go all the way with this map. I can.
I'm not up to that just yet.
Oh my god. I don't know how I'm supposed to survive that. I think there's absolutely no way I can complete this mirror. I think what I'm gonna have to do. Yeah, okay, the mirror's done. Oh, the simulacrum, extra simulacrum are from the reward. Okay, you know, at least I can kind of take my time a little bit more now. I can be a little bit smarter. So, again, this is good advice to anyone who wants to try and complete a map where the monsters can easily one-shot you, which might be you, especially if you're in Magic Fine Gear. I got an Aegis Aura there. So what I'm doing is the old school strat where I just zone in and out constantly. And I'm not really trying to clear the map. I'm playing far more defensively here. I'm not going around trying to clear stuff. I'm getting my free stacks. I'm you know, just making sure that I do what I gotta do. 'Cause I've been on 300 stacks for a while now. Rawhide boots. Seen quite a few uniques dropping. Quite a few uniques dropping. Oh my god, the pack size. Yo, pack size. Really sad to see no nurse card though. That's that hurts a fair bit. Okay. I don't feel like I opened that many strong boxes. Everything seems to be done. Seems to be cleared. Honestly, that was a little bit anticlimactic there at the end. I got through the end. I did what I was supposed to do. I stopped dying. Stopped wasting portals. I lost a bit of juice from the delirium, but not a huge amount. Not the main part. The main part I salvaged by making sure I finished the map. Still, I gotta say, a fair bit disappointing with the amount of loot. Getting the Aegis Ore is nice, of course. That's 50 Chaos unique. But, yeah, otherwise. I see a lot of stuff on the ground. Certainly. I think I could have very easily gotten 2 or 3 nurse cards out of this. Let's see how many wretcheds I got. I'm gonna actually tally up to see how much stuff I got from this map. On the surface, it looks like I lost money, though. Definitely.
That would only slow me down.
Looks like I lost.
I'm not
Greetings. Journey well.
Let's see. Let me open up Excellence. I don't see any maps. Oh. I messed up royally. I forgot to take out 2 of the Watchstones, it looks like. Oh, okay. So I completely wasted my cartography scarab. Completely wasted it. Oh, that's stupid. Okay. These all go here. Sorry, I gotta fix my inventory here to do this properly. Okay, there's that. This can go back here. Clearing my dump tab so I can actually calculate the findings of that map. In case anybody's wondering. I feel so dumb for forgetting to do the cartography scarab. Okay.
My mana is gone.
Now you're getting a full screen look.
That would only slow me down.
Really? I really wonder how many tower maps I would have gotten if I didn't do that. We would have probably got like 20 tower maps or something. But now I have no idea.
That would only slow me down.
Hello. Journey well.
Oh my god. Accidentally sold my yeah, I've been awake too long. Okay, whatever. I'll just rip this one out. There's Negasaur in there. Yeah. Man, no exalted orbs, no... Really disappointing. How did I not find any exalts or nurse cards on that last map? Wild. Oh. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. There's nothing left.
I'm not up to that just yet.
Oh, okay. Glorious play. Yeah, well,
My
I
mana
certainly
is gone.
did find quite a few uniques and some actually quite valuable. But really let down on the divination cards in particular. And let down on myself for the map slip up. Another reason to run Strongbox, you get free ones. Aha! There was like one monster up there. Hehehe. Funny. This Cobalt Jewel again? Okay, that's
That would only slow me down.
not. Okay, it's done. Well, don't worry, I'm gonna run more maps
Hello.
like that. I'm curious what the X per hour actually is.
Farewell.
Because I can actually run that map pretty quick. Terrible one. Quite a few simulacrums. Splinters. Okay. Back in one more time to reset. Alright, it looks like somehow I didn't come out behind. I thought for sure I came out behind. Okay, so what we have in here is we have a Calm's Heart that has been depreciating value a lot, still worth 28 chaos. 7 League Step, 15 chaos, been holding there for a while. Primordial Eminence, surprised that's even on the list. Oh, it's because there's 2 of them. 14 Raw Chaos. Wow, Simulacrums carried the shit out of that. So I only had a Deli Mirror that I goofed up on, by the way, as well as 4 Simulacrums splinters per pack, which is okay, but my god, it resulted in 194 Simulacrum splinters. There's a lot of rares on the map. 16 raw Wretched cards. 15 Wretched cards equals a Nurse card. So if you find 16 Wretched cards, you deserve to find a Nurse card as well. So definitely you got unlucky there. Based on... So this is actually really important right here. The fact that I found 16 Wretched cards suggests to me that I will find, in the long term, I will find about 1 Nurse card per map that I do that way. Which actually does make it sound like the profit margin could be there in a significant way. Yeah, let's move on. The essences, I guess the essences count for something, right? Yeah, okay. 4 divine orbs. Yeah. Aegis Aura there. Oh wow, energy focuses on there too. Maloney's. Oh. Oops. Yeah, let's try that again.
I'm not up to that just yet.
I forgot I had another dump tab still on the radar. Now, if the numbers are different. Let me check it one more time. I think I did not come out ahead after all. What? Hmm? What the hell? Cumulative 416 chaos. Well, let's just do the math right there. 416 chaos divided by 155-ish. 2.6. 2.6x. Yeah, that's not so good. Only 3 awakened orbs. Okay. Well, I definitely came out way behind on that. Yeah, I don't know. Well, God, I don't know. So I know that I should have got a Nurse card, which would actually put me about right at about 4x for a 4x investment. Of course, if I ran Gilded Scarabs instead, that would significantly reduce the cost, but we get so much more fun. Well, that's it. That's about all of the video. You get to see, so one final recap, you got to see in part 1, I told you about the different tiers of Magic Finding Tower, the advantages, pros, and cons of each tier. I'm sure I left out some things. Please leave comments down below if you know of anything I totally botched or miscalculated about the different tiers of Magic Finding in the tower. Part 2 was about the various different types of maps that you can run, and with paying particular attention to the Sextants to match up to synergize well. Basically, there are 8 different kinds of maps I run, but kind of 4 of those are kind of in the same category. So really, there's like 5 different kinds of maps I run. 5 very different kinds of maps that I run. In there, I was able to find a few Nurse cards, actually. Ironically, in the Nemesis 3 maps is where I found my only Nurse cards today. I actually ran... I ran 18 maps today in this video. I think there's 18 maps, and I think I only found 3 Nurse cards. Which is woefully terrible. It's just terrible. I should have found at least 1 every other map. Anyway, I could be wrong. Maybe I'm forgetting a Nurse card or 2, but seems like that's all I found. Part 2 was done with showing you the different kinds of sects and stuff. I also revealed how to roll the maps in there, so take a look at that. Backtrack through the video if you missed that. Rolling the maps, exactly what's going on through my head, you know, how I roll the maps. As well as how I cook the maps. That was also explained in there. Part 3 was all about the Scourged maps, the modifiers there, a little bit about the reward, but mostly about the downsides, the danger sides, scourging them up to 10, what particular combinations you can run into that are nasty. You saw me actually fail a map because it was too, partly because I underperformed, but partly because it was really, really hard combination on the map. Yeah, and then the final map, mega juiced the crap out of that map. Didn't turn out really well. It could have. Obviously could have turned out well. I could have got a headhunter. Could have got a mage blood. I don't know. But maybe I should have counted how many unique belts dropped in that map. But I didn't. So, yeah. That's going to be all for this video. This is 5 hours. 5-hour video. You're crazy if you actually watch this whole thing. That's all I'm going to say. I assume if you're watching this now, you probably skipped to the end and you only were checking a few things. I appreciate you watching any part of this. This stream is kind of just me bringing as much, this particular video in especially is about me kind of sharing everything I've learned in magic finding so far this season. I did learn quite a bit. Still doing it, having a blast doing it. I will be switching over to Nemesis 3 in Tropical Island here fairly soon. Actually, I think my next video is going to be a crafting guide on. I'm gonna start a little mini series on crafting, particularly high-end crafts that are very lucrative and or very useful for your build. Yeah, so stay tuned for that. That's all I gotta say. I'm beat. I'm about to go to bed after that. So, yeah, thank you for watching. And you know, the channel's been growing actually a lot. Apparently you guys like the longer format. I'm gonna push you to the limit, see how long of a format you can handle. It's 5 hours again, but hey, it's going up to YouTube straight up. So yeah, I'll catch you guys in the next video. I promise the next video is not gonna be anywhere near as long as this. It's gonna be a little more like the other one. Yeah, peace out for now. See you guys around.